into play. Tony Murata here, streaming the Sunday Legacy Challenge. And late as usual, playing mono black depths today. We're on the play this first round. Yeah, we'll try this. Has an eventual Dark Depths combo. Hand checks out. But yeah, hope everybody's doing well. I played this list in the Saturday Challenge yesterday, and it went very poorly. 1 in 5, I think. Yeah, 1 win, I think, was the number of victories. But I kind of wish I'd streamed it. Some interesting decision points and gameplay. So I decided to run it back today. Hopefully having a better result this time. And mostly hoping I can replicate the entertaining games of Magic that happened yesterday as well. Let's see. We'll start with stage into this Needle. We have plenty of lands thus far. Wasteland. Savannah. Uh-oh. This lands deck, 8 mulch. Are they dumping already? Hope not. Seems like a pretty awful matchup. I think we just want to play the Karakas as our next land. It's very possible I might get a Bojuka Bog with this map for next turn's land drop, and just try to make a turn 4 Merit Lage. Let's see what's in the bin after this. The obligatory turn 2 mulch. Alright, they hit a Bojuka Bog and a Tabernacle. That's not great for them. No dump yet. I kind of don't want to expend this map just yet if I don't have to. And we already have the mana for the following turn to make the combo then. So I think we're just going to play this black source out. Also want to hold potentially for Bojuka Bog for the map. There's like a loam that ends up in this graveyard. Field of the Day, Karakas. That's unfortunate. And Ghost Quarter. Okay. Well, in this case, I think we should just start to plan to not do the Dark Depths and just go get an Urborg. Oops. And play these things. Oh, we're probably just dead now. I don't know if we can race this at all. But I'm going to try. We could copy their Ghost Quarter. Also, use that to clear the way. Ooh. Oh. I think we start with this Needle. We're going to say Karakas, ultimately. Or Ghost Quarter. I think we have to do both. No, wait. Let's... Damn, I'm like a turn behind where I want to be. That sucks. I'll just lead with Needle. That's the first thing. I'll probably just say Karakas. And I think we try and copy their Ghost Quarter just to be able to answer that next turn. Yeah, because we have to, if we're winning with this Dark Depths, we have to Needle Karakas. Let's try and copy their Ghost Quarter. Oh, they might copy their own Ghost Quarter. Didn't think about that. Alright, well, let's do this for this turn. I'll copy this in response to them probably staging it. Or even if they have to tap out here. It's their own Tabernacle. It's not the worst. I guess my Urborg kind of helps them out in a sense. Okay, I kept one of them around. I'll just try and do this right now. Try and force the issue if they're gonna make them make a move. Alright, this way they either have to Ghost Quarter right now. Okay. Alright, this is good for us. Let's swing at their Ghost Quarter. Before we expose the Dark Depths. The all-important Dark Depths. They're Ghost Quartering their Tabernacle in response. Oh, I think they might be able to have just enough here to beat us. I think they will. They could also make a 2020 of their own. That was well played by them. Yeah. Yeah, we're like one blocker short now. Alright, let's not waste time. It's close. You thought it wasn't, but it was. Alright, I think it's going to be fairly difficult to win with a Merit Lage in this matchup. So I want these Helms of Obedience. Helms. Whatever the plural is. I feel like Duress is probably pretty terrible. And Thoughtseize is too, really. Evenly distributed money. Hey, how's it going? Oh, I'm doing alright. Ready for some legacy. How are you doing? Let's bring the Chasm in. It's my own special sauce. Let's cut a couple Dark Depths at least. Let's just go down to 1 Dark Depths. I played in the challenge yesterday. Did very poorly, but what is what it is. Playing the same list, but like I kind of wish I had streamed it. I think you would have found it interesting. I feel like the magic, the games were pretty sweet. This is a turn 3 Helm win if we can get there. I think I'm going to lead with the Ancient Tomb. And then turn 2 I can play the stage, make that another tomb, and try and get this down. Well, that's like the dangerous way of doing it. If I wanted to be slow and safer, I could just go swamp, but I wanted to play risky, actually. How's it going, Tekka? Playing against 8 Mulch with our Black Dark Depths list this first round. 2 land-based decks facing off. This is good for us. Oh, it's also, well, kind of good. I kind of want to play the Needle, but instead I think I'm just going to immediately make this Ancient Tomb number 2. Yeah, this is a pretty... I think it's probably a pretty terrible matchup. I feel like I've lost so many times to this 8 Mulch deck the last few times I played against it. Cloudpost or this Dark Depths. Alright, I think we're going to get there, though. Unless they have, like, a Force of Vigor. Let's play this. Here we go. Alright, let's just do it now while they're tapped out. Don't Force of Vigor me, bruh. Don't do it. Yeah. I hear the sound of exiling. Let's take a look. What can we learn here? Oh yeah, A-Cast is also very difficult for this deck. I found out as well. It has some pretty bad matchups, but I still have been liking this deck. It's been keeping me interested in Legacy recently still. Oh, White Splash for Divine's Reclamation. That's pretty cool. Yeah, exactly. Did you play against me? That seems like the thing that happened to me when I played against A-Cast. It was miserable. Just awful. Alright, our secret was revealed, game 2. Our secret weapon. Can we pull it off from here? That's the question. This is a Ritual Voidwalker turn 1. I'm probably gonna take a chance at this hand. Just seems like a pretty well-rounded hand. If I saw this in a game 1 in an opening 7, I think it was great. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, Chalice Sun 1 and 2 seems pretty brutal against that deck also, if you can be on the play. I should play this 8 Mulch list. I like how it's built at the very least. It seems kind of boring as a deck in a lot of ways, but I like all the 4-0s and consistent way it like plays things out. Alright. We definitely want to play... I think we would just want to play the Voidwalker if we're going to play a Ritual turn 1. I think we should do that. It's kind of tempting to get the Bob down, but I think we should make use of the extra black mana of Ritual. I wonder if they probably will wasteland it, but at least they can't like reloam it back if I do this. feel like I should have a 1-drop follow-up. Seems like such a waste, that black ritual mana. Winding Way. Field. And a Loam. But Loam is gone, so that's good. I guess we get a Bob, which is good. Yeah, I'll play this. Man, like all the card zones I feel like are relevant with this particular deck I'm playing. Try and find the best way of keeping it as visible as possible. Do you have a particular 8 mulch list that you think is pretty good? I guess I'd be down for some insight. A particular one that's been proven or something. Okay, no 6 land drop. That's kind of good for us. Kind of want to try and copy their Ghost Quarter again. Or even their Wasteland. Probably just their Wasteland if I'm going that route. Try and keep them off of Field of the Dead. This turn I should probably just play the Hexmage though, I think. Let's see, I'll attack for 5 until 11. And I can't really afford to fire these off right now. Alright, yeah, let's just play the Hexmage out while we still can. Just get that down. I think it's the most important thing. Or I could even play like my own Saga and try and tempt them into like Wastelanding. Come on, no more land, no more land. Yeah, Displacer. The first time I saw one of those lists was last weekend, actually. At first I thought it was like super busted. And I've been playing like, a couple lists of my own, just trying it out. It's pretty fun, but I don't know if it's like gonna stick around. I feel like it's sometimes difficult to keep a kitten around on the battlefield. Well, you also have like another piece to make Infinite Furies or something. Something like that. What did they do? Oh, they wastelanded the stage. Okay. Uh-oh, crop rotation. Tabernacle? That could be pretty bad. Yeah. Damn, I can only keep one of these, or 2 of these things. Let's keep the Bob, I think. Oh, or is it? What's better here? The Hexmage gives me more outs, possibly later. Like, do I need any more gas at this point? I don't think I do. Alright, let's get the Bob trigger first and see what that tells us. I think I want to keep the Hexmage around, though, in most cases. Shadowspear. Okay. That could be potentially lethal next turn. Alright, yeah, let's get rid of Bob. I think the first strike is also potentially useful. We could do that, but like I think at this point I can just like attack them with creatures and beat them that way. Alright, yeah, let's not keep Bob. We'll keep these guys. Or this lady. This thing. Whatever they are. No. I think I'll just play the Saga as well. No, they could respond to that if they wanted to. Let's just play the stage instead. Just to play the Shadowspear out. And then next turn I'll equip it. If I had Urborg out, we could immediately get mana for Saga, but I don't want to take that chance. Uh-oh, another crop rotation. Besage you. What did they just besage you? Oh, the stage. Okay. That's okay. It's a more solid land for me. One more turn. One more turn. Ghost Quarter. More basics. More basic swamps. Oh, Mesa 5th. Damn. You're close. Alright, let's equip. Or just win. No, do we have enough mana? We do. Well, Needle, yeah. Needle Maze. And then use the Tomb. Maze of Ith. 2 mana land. Yeah. Alright, that was a nice comeback. I think that was a bad matchup also. But yeah, that was a good example of using Helm of Obedience and then switching it up and winning some other means. Which, there's a lot of... Here, I'll bring up the list and talk about it for a second. I like the ability to kind of change up the game plans, kind of as you see fit, the psychology of the opponent, and if you want to try and next level them. I feel like there's a lot of redundancy in this list as well, to just kind of devote a game to like a certain particular strategy. So let's see, what's like unusual about this? If you're unfamiliar with this kind of list, it's been showing up in challenges a lot recently, the past few weeks, including it won 2 challenges, once by Delthar, the original one actually, as well as Medvedev. So they've been like developing it a ton. I'm just like playing the deck. I wish I was more creative. But anyways, I'm running this Bojuka Bog as a kind of random toolbox land to grab off an expedition map, which has its pros and cons to Nihil Spellbomb, just the other thing that's usually here in place of this. And Karakas' main deck, sometimes in the board. I like the last thing that Medvedev did, having like a full set of tombs in the 75. I feel like without this like sideboard space, you aren't doing much else with it. And I feel like if your Helm of Obedience plan is pretty much your only plan B that you really need. So I think just like kind of emphasizing that as much as possible. Some extra mana is probably like the best thing you want to be doing. Oh yeah, I've been off the Cabal Coffers sideboard thing for a while. Like it was cool when it worked, but it usually like wasn't really necessary. There's another like plan C that just kind of required too much, and you just need the Helm of Obedience really. That's really all. Just try and do that more so. Yeah, how's it going, Jim? How's it going, man? I'm playing this this Black Dark Depths list today. Does you might know, but does Legacy FNM happen at Olympus still, or do you still go to it weekly? Because I went there one time and they were doing Pioneer instead, and it was discouraging. But I haven't gone in a while, and I kind of want to try and go more regularly. I have this list built actually now in paper, so I'm gonna try it out. 10-ish. That's kind of sad. What happened to like the 30, 40 people? Play another formats or something. Yeah, I'll still go though. That seems fun. Oh yeah, so anyway, for this list in particular, I like this one of Lotus Petal. Like, a couple people suggested that they wanted like a single petal at times when you really just need like one extra mana to get off a Saga. It also lets you kind of sequence things different. Like, if you know this is in the deck, you can lead with like an Urza Saga turn 1, and then be able to make a 20/20 on turn 3, which you can't really do otherwise without this, or like a mana source like that. And yeah, I guess that's the main deck. This Glacial Chasm is just my random fun of. I feel like the spot has just been a bunch of different things in different leagues I've played with this. But this is pretty on brand though. And I think I might want this Chasm against decks like Elves and 8-cast, just trying to buy some time. Those are pretty difficult matchups. And it doesn't seem like the worst Glacial Chasm deck, really. Yeah. COVID. Some people would hate me, but I probably wouldn't wear a mask there. I know it's like an unspoken rule, but I don't want to wear a mask if it's not required. Glacial Chasm. We have Thespian stages. We have Ancient Tombs to not deal damage with the Chasm out. We just don't have the Reclaimer, the ringleader of the Chasm shenanigans. Nice. I'll field just right in, just like everyone else in Arizona, where people weren't wearing masks like even like a year ago. I went to the Phoenix Zoo around like Christmas time, and like it was really crowded there, and like 20% of the people were like only wearing masks. It had to have been like a super spreader event. Like the one night I went there, and that was probably like every night as well. But I'm alive and kicking, so COVID couldn't take me down. That's all that matters. Shizo Death Storehouse. This is like a free upgrade to a swamp. And I have won some games with this. I wish Fear got through artifact creatures, though. Oh well. Oh, nice. Oh. I guess. Yeah, maybe if I travel to a big tournament, I might to put up a public appearance of concern for safety. I wish I went to DreamHack. I wish I'd known about it earlier. I probably would have went out to Dallas and played some Modern. The food looked pretty good. The pictures you guys had. I just kind of miss like traveling for Magic tournaments. It's been a long time. If there's a legacy one coming up at any point, hopefully you guys can keep me up to date. I did register for the legacy pit one in a couple months, so at least that's established. Yeah, I bet it's like just Japan that's probably still wearing masks, and they like always did before anyway. Everybody else has moved on from the face masks. Are you going to Legacy Pit this year, Jim? Nice. Yeah, it was fun last time. I wish I had went like a little bit earlier. Like, me and Gary got in the same day and like took a cab from the airport to the hotel. But a bunch of those guys had been there like the day before. They're just like drinking and playing mini golf. The mini golf course is inside the hotel, which is really weird. But whatever, it's fun. Get some seafood over there. should just book like those things right now, but I like to procrastinate on that stuff. I'm pretty bad about getting that stuff last second. It'll be fine though. Oh, man. Playing some Legacy. I wonder what Legacy will be like at that point. Like, if I were to bet, I'd bet everything that's legal now will still be legal then. I just have a feeling they won't change anything. Not to complain, I don't really feel like complaining today. But I don't think they'll ever be convinced. Maybe I'll play the Depths list instead of Cloudpost. Who knows? Let's see if they posted the deck list from yesterday yet. Yeah, I bet that's how it'll be there. Delver and Jeskai for sure. And pet decks. It's the bread and butter of Legacy. Yeah, Delver won the challenge yesterday. And I know that player that won the whole tournament, they were by second round loss, I think. They surprised me by having a second Brazen Bar or main deck, which definitely got me yesterday, which is pretty unusual, but I played against the one with like Uro and like Stifles and shit. It was pretty cool. It looked pretty sweet. Like a little bit of spice beyond just the regular blue-red. It was a pain in the ass though. Like the only time I played against that the Maxtortion deck was with this deck. And the Stifle was like pretty devastating. And Uro. Fucking Uro. It did a big part in weakening Dark Depths as a whole. Yeah, I like to try different things. Like online, I've just been playing stuff that somewhat interests me. I've been trying a couple of Displacer Kitten decks. Like, this list is very similar to what Honorog played last week. It's basically like a Yori on Jeskai control deck that reuses like Tefiris and Narsets. It's pretty sweet. And then I also have some of these lists from XJ Cloud. It's more of like a stompy. This is the blue one. There's a blue-white one somewhere. I was like tinkering with it. I think the best kitten list definitely involved the white for Teferi. Like, Teferi is like the top notch, like what you want to be doing. But beyond that, I feel like there's a lot of options. Yeah, yeah, like I almost timed out most games I played with it. Just being a Yori on deck and having to like do all the triggers and shit. God, it's pretty grueling. But like getting a second Narset activation and then just like finding a cantrip and then doing it again for as much mana as you have, like, it's pretty busted. Yeah, I think the Honorog list probably the best overall thing, just because you get the blue cards, generic good blue cards. But I always like Stompy lists too. And, Salvagers. It's shitty for online. But I'll probably play this list again though. Oh, I think Shamtaro, are they Death and Taxes opponents? Because I feel like I played against them recently, and I feel like they were a Death and Taxes person, which definitely like almost went to time with playing that kind of list. I think I did play against them, playing on a rug list. Frenchie? Wait, who's Frenchie? Alright, Andrew is one of those people. Andrew Frenier. Oh, that's you, Ellie Shamtara. Gotcha. I understand. Nice. Yeah, it's getting available in paper. I wonder if it's expensive. I didn't even know that was like... I'm so behind on like what these like supplement sets are. And what is the thing called? Displacer Kitten. Start off with a kitten. Okay, yeah. That's like $10. That's not too bad. And so are these commander sets like separate packs, or do they just come together with in packs with like the regular set? So confusing now. And does every like new release set have like a commander set that goes with it, or? I mean, I'll never buy packs like that, but yeah, $7 seems like a steal. I could always see it probably going up. And Commander will be the driving force, if anything. Okay. Round numero dos. On the play again, too. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, we're gonna keep this hand. How do we want to play it out, is the question. Like, the impulsive person in me. Oh, for sure, dude. Yeah, I'm always down for some lurking. I lurk myself in many streams. Man, every time I see a ritual that I can play turn 1 in this deck, I always just want to do that. I think we probably still should do it here. I think if we leave this a swamp, yeah, the most natural thing would just be playing Saga turn 2 and just go from there. Just this ritual makes it so we could possibly play Saga turn 1 and then turn 2 ritual and get the construct, but that's only one of the constructs. And I think with 2 Sagas, we're just better playing it, trying to play it a little bit more slowly. Slowly with like respect to the Sagas at least. Yeah, let's do a turn 1 Voidwalker. If they're like Delverts, it'd be pretty nice to have that down also. I called it at least. I knew it was Delver. Alright, that's nice. Let's just try and pump out some constructs. See how that goes. You have a wasteland, I see. Do you have a second wasteland? I hope this Saga survives long enough to get us a map. Let's just play this swamp though and just make a couple constructs these next couple turns. And we already ate 1 lightning bolt, so that's nice at least. Yeah, next turn, if I want to risk it, I could lead with the Dark Ritual. Oh, I probably should just... Let's see. No, I guess we can't make the thing next turn anyway, so we're still short the 2 lands in play this far. So we might as well just play it safe and just make the constructs. Let's see if they bolt this right now. Yeah. Yeah, let's just make this now, I think. If I go get a map here, next turn I could ritual. I could just play the depths out this turn, and that way next turn I can... And is this like a construct even necessary at this point? Or is it better to just use the map right now? And the map's pretty secure as it is. I think I'll just make a construct. I don't think there's much downside to just doing that. I guess I'll just play a depths out this turn. Or I have to if I'm not gonna crack a map right now. And having a second depths is not the worst thing either, if they do like fire a wasteland off. The construct plan went way... I was expecting it to be better. Seen better construct beatdowns. Counterbalance. It's pretty punishing now for not just cracking the map. Man, I kind of want to risk just the ritual and just try and get it down. Even if it doesn't, I guess I can just play Voidwalker this turn. It just really depends on like how long we want to delay this shit. This Dark Depths shit. But if the ritual does happen, we can just make it right here, right now. Do they know the top of their library? No, not yet. They probably have a brainstorm though, I guess. Alright, let's hit them for 2 at least. First things first. Now, I think I'm going to lead with the ritual. And if that doesn't work, then probably just play the swamp and just plan to use the map. And just make the 2020 next turn. Maybe this ritual is not worth attempting. Yeah, Dragon's Rage Chandler. Alright, let's just make the thing next turn. A little bit wary of the life total at this point. How much do you think they have their Brazen Borrower? I feel like they typically do. It's pretty common. Thespian stage. I'm just going to make it now before they can get Wasteland also. This is what I have, opponent. This is my last hurrah. Yeah, counterbalance is kind of surprising. Like, I've seen it in some of the Delver sideboards at times. But usually not main deck. That's spicy. It must be like a metagame call to fight other Delver decks or something. I don't actually know why they would sometimes have counterbalance in the sideboard in the first place, even. There's that Wasteland. I was afraid that might be happening soon. Okay. So these things will be jump blockers. I'll have to attack next turn if they do that. Unless I can get this Voidwalker down this turn. Alright, I'm going to start with Duress. Let's see what that does. Let's see what this counterbalance tells us, if anything. I hope it's a 1-drop, really. See if they even... Force negation? They... Surveilled? 1 card on top. Did they have the foresight to put a 2-drop on top? Oops. Are they going to reveal it? They're not going to reveal this, right? There's no reason to. Let's see if they had the foresight. I don't really want to play this because I can't block it. The tomb, anyway. I did days. I might have played this turn poorly, though. I could see that. I guess I just have to swing and they have to chump, so I guess we have to not die next turn. Could happen. I don't know if it's actually better to, like, get them delirium right here or not. I could see it go either way, being... I don't know, like, getting them to... forcing them to attack is not the worst thing, really. Counterbalance Delver. Oh, they didn't shuffle. They have a Bolt. They probably have a 3rd Bolt, I bet. Or Petty Theft. Oh, they had the Petty Theft. I threw everything I could at him. I should have played the Depths out last turn as well. That was stupid not to do that. I guess we're just dead, right? Could skip Bojuka Bog for a turn. Alright, let's just see what they do. Okay. Delver counterbalance. I think I did something incorrect that last turn or two, though. Alright. Against Delver, I just tend to bring in just Leylines. I feel like the extra Ancient Tombs are usually if you bring in these other expensive cards. But with just Leylines, I don't think there's much of a need to have more Tombs. Especially not against Delver, where the 2 damage is a liability. I guess just cutting the Bobs makes the most sense. I guess Karakas doesn't do a ton either, though. Just have the Chasm in, maybe. I'll try and surprise them, possibly. Their counterbalance versus my Glacial Chasm. I don't really want to be getting Chasm with this deck against Delver, but who knows. Sand does some things. If the map happens, it would be okay. But even if the map does end up happening, we're getting like a really slow Saga, probably. I think I'm going to ship this the more I think about it. Like, we could pedal Duress, clear the way for probably a map. Yeah, let's... You have like Leylines too. Yeah, this is way better. What are we putting back? Do we think they're gonna Wasteland turn 1? No, let's put the Swamp back, I think. And even if they do Wasteland turn 1, we can still play the Tomb turn 2 and potentially make like a token turn 3. Yeah, let's do that. Not this deck. I'm just going to go for a turn 2 Merit Lage next turn. It's a possibility. We're pretty screwed if they counter this, then they Wasteland. They're kind of out of gas at that point. But this kind of seems like a must counter for them, though. I'll go to make this on their upkeep. Show me the Brazen Barber. That's all you need to do. Uh-oh. It's the Petty Theft. Ah, damn it. Alright, the map is nice. Some options. Maybe not. What should we do here? I'm just gonna pass right here and just keep the map around still, not take the damage. See if we draw like a Pithing Needle or something to play around the Wasteland. Glacial Chasm. The Spice. Thinking I could maybe try and copy their Wasteland with my stage. Hopefully like entice them into using it, and then maybe just get a Saga with the map, play it next turn. Like that's might be the best thing to do from this spot. I bet they'll just cast the Barber now. But yeah, let's just wait, at least like take another draw step before we decide with the map yet. Oh, second Petty Theft. Jeez. Alright, Merit Lage is not meant to be. It's not supposed to happen. Counterbalance. Could go get Saga here and then like essentially protect it with the stage. Alright, do we want to copy their Wasteland really? I think our options are either we copy Wasteland or we just take another draw step here. Maybe next turn would be the turn to make a move. If they don't find another land, because they missed on land this turn, I believe, right? So if they do want to cast these things next turn, then they can't use the Wasteland then. Yeah, let's just take a draw. Let's Thoughtseize. I want to see this. I'd like to know. Jeez, it's a lot of shit. It's a lot of shit. I don't even know what we should take. The Murktide? I'm probably going to play the Bog this turn, but it's only a matter of time before they'll be able to cast the Murktide anyway. I also take the Force of Will. Just get that. Make that gone. Or the Delver, I could see that also. I'm gonna take the Delver actually, and like play to the fact that they don't have, like, at least they're still under pressure this game. I think that's probably our best chance from this point. Yeah, Ponder is like their gas to get to something else potentially. And the Force of Will is like the key thing though. If I don't take that, I don't know. This is very difficult. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, maybe just try and keep them restricted on the lands they have right now. Would be better. Before I bog, should I try and get them to Wasteland? I could like copy their Wasteland and see if they may do something. And if they do, that's like another thing to bog away. Maybe that's not relevant either. But then they can't play the 3-drop thing next turn if I do that. They'll play a Delver if they don't have a 3rd land anyway. I'm going to take Ponder. At least for that. That's going to happen. I don't really know how good like a Wasteland on my side would do for me anyway, even if I did get it though. Alright, I'm just going to bog right now and pass. The Delver is expected. That was not. Here, I'll try and keep this up to date. The cards we know about. It might be time to just go get a Saga here. No, I like taking the Ponder the more I think about it. I think that's what they want, is more lands more than anything. And this kind of delays that. Yeah, let's go get a Saga right here. If they Wasteland it, I will respond and copy a stage. This feels like a Urza Saga situation. I try and get Leyline down right now as well. Try and get that to happen while their shields are a little bit down. Yeah, let's do that. And if we eat a counter, that's also okay. This. Alright, I'll play this out still. In case they use the days here. I'll be able to play around that. For switching the days. Okay. That's okay. It's one less thing for later. Their hand is Murktide, Lightning Bolt. Counterbalance. Uh-oh. Oh, thanks, SDW. Appreciate it. Ooh. We could kill something here. No, we can't. We can't make a construct. Never mind. Forget that. I turn ahead of myself. Wastelanding? Yeah, makes sense. Alright, let's just copy this. At least Wasteland is gone now. That's nice. That's cool. I got the thing, the trigger. They did it right before it would have happened normally. Is it time for the Glacial Chasm? It might be. I feel like between this stage and also this other one in hand, we could keep it going for quite some time if we can dodge another Wasteland. And we're pretty close to them hitting Delirium as well. Yeah, I'm going to play the Chasm out. Oops. Stop trying to do that. Let's get rid of the Bojuka Bog. No, I think we can... I was worried about taking damage this turn, but maybe we could have waited one more turn still. Make better use of it. That's not bad. It's another thing that resets Glacial Chasm, funny enough. Alright, hopefully this happens. Please don't have a 2-drop opponent. Be a pretty good counterbalance hit. Meltdown? Ugh, that's scary as fuck. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm actually shuffling the literal deck that I'm playing on stream. That's silly. Yeah, I feel like this could be a decent Glacial Chasm deck. It's not like I was doing much else with that sideboard spot, really. Do I want to reset something like this Chasm or this stage? Kind of think I do. What's the Surveil gonna do? I mean, I could just get some use out of it. I might as well like reset the Chasm if nothing else. This makes tokens, right? But we know about a Meltdown. Yeah, let's reset this. Way to turn on our artifact, but I don't want to expose that to the Meltdown just yet anyway. Maybe I wanted that thing to happen. The trigger. Do not know. Oh, what am I thinking? I think I saw the Meltdown, but yeah, I'm just not thinking straight. The Meltdown's like already gone. I think they just overturned it. For some reason I thought like they revealed it off counterbalance and were still gonna draw it. But I guess they stacked it, so they didn't want to play that. Anyway, this situation's fine still for us. Like, Meltdown being gone is a great thing, if anything. Just gives you some more time to pump out some constructs. Let's just make tokens. No cards in hand. That's pretty nice. Pay 4. We'll wait on this. No point in doing it now. So I think we want to reset Glacial Chasm next turn. Do we want to do it with this stage? No, I think we want to let this one eventually happen, just so we can get like a Shadowspear and just push the final damage through. So I think we'll make this stage into a Chasm next turn. We can just make this into another Saga. No, if I'm going to make it a Chasm, then why not? I guess that doesn't matter. I'm going to do it anyway. Why not? Make this. I was thinking if we make this one into a Chasm, we could have a Chasm that's going to be around for a while that also makes constructs. But if we do that, then we don't get to search something up. Alright. Let's do this then. I'm so low on clock as well. Ooh. Alright, maybe if they tap out, I'll just try and get Shadowspear and just Alpha Strike them next turn. Steps. Oh, he's played 2 bars already as well. Maybe we should just make it. Get Shadowspear and just go for it next turn. Yeah, let's just try that. I'm also short on time. I need to not waste that. No, we can't do it now. Never mind. Let's at least make Construct. Because I want to search the thing up. The Shadowspear is the critical part of this plan. One more Construct, right? And then this will give me mana to make the stage with the Chasm stage. God, it's taking so long. Yeah, this will be good. Yeah, I probably will just use this Chasm one anyway, though. I think it's either that or to make a Construct right here. Oh, Meltdown. Oh, they're going to get Iteration. Okay. Alright, it's a little bit risky. Shadowspear. I think I would have... Yeah, put Iteration back. Just Duress. Yeah, sure. Let's just do it. Since I know it's going to happen. What do they have holding? Okay. That's a victory. Should I just make this thing right now? Before they... Because I could respond to the iteration. Before they could possibly find another wasteland. Let's see what this does. Do you have Delirium? That'll be the first thing. They have 3 flyers, though. Brainstorm. Nah, I don't think I get rid of Chasm if I don't have to. Right here. My famous last words. Don't have to get rid of Chasm. Come on, no wasteland, no wasteland. Okay. Are we good? That's the question. Yeah, let's with everything. Minus 24. If I do that, then I would have to get rid of the Chasm, and I would have to take 3 damage, which I guess would put me in double bolt range. Yeah, I think it was irrelevant to kill one of those things, a Chandler at that point. I probably should have made the token before their second main, though. Like, timing-wise. Grixis Phoenix. Oh, that's pretty rough. I know there's who you're talking about. I know there's a player that, like, always plays that list. Alright, I have 5 minutes for this third game. Do you want to bring in the Helms just for this? I think we need to try and win quickly. I'm going to bring it in. Plus, they didn't see it last game. They might not expect it. Alright, what are we going to cut? Maybe that's stupid. Maybe I just try and... Yeah, like, let's not do that. I'll just play quickly. I think our regular game plan's fine. Yeah, this is fine. And Leyline. I didn't even see that. Okay, Saga turn 1, Needle, Wasteland. Hopefully that happens. Oh, that's good. No days, no days. Okay. I think we just pump constructs to start. Yeah. Yeah. Just playing a 4 mana artifact that otherwise does nothing just doesn't seem like the greatest against Delver, though. I hope these constructs can dodge a lightning bolt for like a turn. Ooh. We can Shadowspear here? Doesn't seem like the worst. I think we probably should. We can't equip this turn, but we can pull it out of... Yeah, I think so. I think we Shadowspear. Let's see what else we would want. Just try and get our damage in before the inevitable meltdown happens. And then we'll try and respond with a Dark Depths, if it comes to that. Come on, no meltdown, no meltdown, no meltdown. No, they're gonna melt down. You can tell by the way they cast their mana. You can tell when it's an X spell. Oh, don't Wasteland now. Stupid Delver. I hate that shit. I hate that shit so much. This. Alright. I guess we could just get this to block if nothing else. Wait, do we eat a bolt yet? Yes. That's risky though. They can also counterbalance next turn. Alright, I'm just gonna ritual this out this turn. Let's see where that takes us. Could also just block this thing. It's a alternative advantage. If it even happens. Like, they know to, like, fear the Dark Depths at this point. I kind of hope they play a counterbalance this next turn, just to make it so the turn I played that was actually correct. Because it was. Force of Will, exiled. That's good for us. Oh, they probably have a Petty Theft too, and that. Stupid Delver. Alright. No, you want to Wasteland it. I'm gonna hold back. Damn it. That's pretty rough. Alright. Oh, God. I'm glad we didn't have the Helms at this point, then. That wouldn't have turned out pretty well. A 7 drop. That is true. And Thought Cast is a 5 drop for Force of Will as well. Could also possibly be relevant. Counterbalance. I feel like I did as best I could this game. I think it just was not meant to be surgical on Thespian stage. That also makes it very unlikely. Yeah, I thought our opening hand was pretty good, so I can't really complain about this. Just typical Delver pitching. Come on, Voidwalkers, let's go. Yeah, I need to play it, I think. This is probably unwise to just get dazed. Oh well, whatever. I think that's stupid. Gotta race this, though. I can't block this shit. I'm still in the race anyway with one of them. God, think of how much this Leyline has kept us in this game, though. We probably would have died like 3 turns ago. That's shitty. I think it's Hexmage or bust now. I guess map could get us Chasm. Prolong the inevitable. They've seen so many cards, though. Like, they probably have plenty of answers for an eventual Dark Depths token, if that were to happen. I know they have 2 Brazen Borrowers already. I should just, like, tick down the Dark Depths as well. Should I do that? Alright, nah, let's not do that. Oh, no. Did I have on F6? Yeah, I did. Okay. Sorry, everyone. I know some people hate that. Forest pitching days. It's giving us some chances. I probably should have ticked down. I'm just going to tick it down. If we lose by a single turn, by not ticking it down last turn, then I'll eat it. But I guess at this rate, we're probably not going to get there. We're not going to live the 3 minutes we have left anyway. Yeah. I tried, you guys. I tried to fight the good fight. This is just like yesterday as well. Delver beating me was the start of my downfall. Hopefully today will be different, though. Hopefully it'll be all wins from here instead of all losses. Yay, effort trophy. And who's in this tournament? I might play some Pioneer tomorrow for the first time. Just because there's these, like, event things. And if you just have access to whatever cards, including the expensive cards, I guess this is in, like, a couple days. Might as well try that format. See what that's about. Do you guys think the screen deck would still be good in that format? I know they just banned Winota and that, so I have no idea like what that metagame, what that entails for the Pioneer metagame. But I imagine this deck is still just in a good spot. It probably didn't have anything to do with that as a deck. And it would seem natural that this should probably be the first thing I would try. This just looks so weak, like as far as win cons go. Unsubscribe. No, don't play that shit. That's not why we watch Into Play. I know. I'm gonna try Pioneer at some point. I know that already. I used to think I would never play Modern, but I started playing that a bit. I actually got a 4-1 with this Amulet Titan list. So I have 2 of those token things. Now I just need my limited ones, and then I can do whatever that thing does. You get like an avatar or something. Something and something, and you have to win 2 things, and I don't know, it's like my reanimate and avatar anyway. If you play in this thing, do you get to keep the Modern Horizons stuff you draft? Probably so, if it's 30 tickets. It's... No, I don't care about this stuff. It's so unlikely that I would do well unlimited anyway. There's that little bit of fire, though, that makes you want to try and play it. But just be reasonable here. Murktide's really difficult. I'd say it's like the most difficult like mainstream matchup for sure. Modern's like, I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit, that format, and like I can see why people would say like Amulet Titan's not great metagame wise. I feel like every matchup when I play with this, like nothing's really easy and everything's like kind of a grind, but everything like also feels very winnable. It's pretty interesting. But like I would usually expect to lose against like the blue-red deck in most cases. God, I hate Unholy Heat so much in Modern. I think that card just is my most hated card in that format. It's a 6 damage burn spell. It's too much, man. Yeah, it's basically the blue-red Delver deck of Modern. I can see why it's like the top deck. And it plays like Bird Lawyer too, which I haven't seen much Ledger Shredder in Legacy yet. I know it's around, but I think it's still to be seen how popular that card is. Yeah, it's so old. So outdated. I mean, it has Urza Saga. Urza Saga was pretty damn good for it, though. That was its iconic card from the set. Oh, I believe it for sure. I bet I could name the 6 creatures. Ragavan, Omnath, Solitude, Murktide, Endurance, Fury maybe? I guess Omnath's not Modern Horizons. I bet it's like most of those though. Maybe, I think they have the stats on like Goldfish for this stuff, right? That's the most believable thing though. I just want to see what the cards are. Oh yeah, probably Chandler. How could I forget about Dragon's Rage Chandler? It's like the staple 1-drop. Like Monkey's still pretty obnoxious in Modern, but not to the extent of Legacy at least. Like I feel like there's more things to just throw it in front of Monkey as a blocker. But sometimes you just like lose to a Monkey that just steals a game, just runs away with it. And Omnath is pretty, also kind of ridiculous. Kind of surprised that card doesn't get played more in Legacy. Could see a day where there's more Omnath Legacy decks at some point. You get to play it turn 4, and then turn 5 you get to get your Yorion and just cast the thing. Like a 5-mana swing. Popular cards. Here we go. Let's look at modern. Yeah, top creatures. Endurance, Fury, Ragavan, Magus of the Moon. I hate seeing Magus of the Moon on that. That hurts my soul. Solitude, Subtlety, and Dragon's Rage Channeler. Yeah, Magus is like the only non-Modern Horizons creature, I guess. God. Stupid Magus. Beating all my decks in all formats. Oh, I believe Magus, though, is probably up there. I've lost to many a Game 2 or Game 3 Magus of the Moon. Yeah, Promised End is number 9. That's kind of surprising. What's the Legacy one look like? Let me look at the standings real quick. Okay. Brazen Borrower, Creatures in Legacy. Borrower, Murktide, Dragon's Rage Delver. 4 Delver cards. An anti-Delver card. Collector Oof. This stuff is more reasonable, I guess. Oh, okay, that makes sense. The top sideboard creature. Emrakul Promised End. I actually played that card in Name of the Titan. I'm a believer of this in the sideboard. Taking like 2 of their Archmage's Charm and making myself draw 4 cards. That was one thing this thing did. And also, they were at 1 life one time. And I saw like a Misty Rainforest in their hand. I knew they were just like hiding it for like multiple turns. It's such a nice way to just close like a game like that. It's just such a long pain in the ass kind of grind. Oh yeah, Kozilek. Like Gary's list had this and Kozilek in the board. Like isn't Kozilek mostly for like anti-mill? I guess it's also good anti-control grinding stuff, gas too. I can see both of them being like pretty good, like extra threat kind of cards in like a deck like this. I feel like Promised End just lets you. It's like such a unique effect though. Like I would trust this to like it's stealing their turn and like finding out a way to finish the game probably more so than Kozilek drawing more like redundant prime Amulet Titan shit. But I should definitely try Kozilek. I would never turn down a chance to play old school Kozilek in like any format. Full art to bounce lands. That makes sense. Okay, we're on the play. This is round 3. At least we're winning all the coin flips today. It's a reverse trend since yesterday. Okay, we're definitely gonna keep this. We're gonna ritual something out. Do we want to ritual Bob or Voidwalker? That's the question. I think Voidwalker is probably a little better. I feel like it's better in more situations. And if they are like a deck that's dependent on the graveyard, like Delver, it's better to just get this down immediately. Yeah, let's just do that. And then we'll follow up with an expedition map. Bob is tempting too, though. Plains. Jeskai? That's what I think when I see this. Alright, I think I'm just gonna cast the Bob this turn. I really hope they don't like ending this map though. They might do that now. Alright, that's good. Another ritual. Yeah, 5 mana potentially. I think they would have swords this Bob if they had one already, so I think the coast is kind of clear with creature removal right now. I'm kind of thinking we just try and Dark Depths them here. That'll most certainly happen. Alright, yeah, let's leave with this. If you want to play this deck, you like can't be scared ever. If you're scared, don't play it. I'm not scared. I always just go for it. This is going to be tough, though. Control deck. It's a grind. The matchups I played in the challenge yesterday, there were a couple of like Jeskai control decks in the challenge. I felt like kind of the opinion that I do not want the Helms in. But I did try them in a couple of games. I think just the cards are probably something to pursue. Just trying to like keep pace and like trying to keep them on the back foot with pressure. It's probably like our best bet. So I think I want all this stuff. As far as what comes out, I was thinking either cutting all this fast mana or just cutting like Bobs. No, let's cut the fast mana. The Petal, the Karakas isn't particularly useful. I want to try this, but I might be willing to change it for the third game if so desire. Kind of tempted to take a chance with this. We're on the draw, so you have another stab at like a land. I don't know. Saga's not entirely useful though if we don't. No, let's mull it. Change of plans. This is a little bit better. Yeah, it's just more discard spells. Let's put this Pithing Needle back, I think. No, let's put a Duress back. This way we can like Thoughtseize turn 1, next turn like Bob, and also Needle like a Planeswalker that we see with the Thoughtseize. Or like a Stoneforge if it's revealed to us. Alright. Ending Typhoon, Snapcaster to Fury. What's their mana look like? I think probably just ending to better protect these permanents the following turn. We can Needle to Fury. They don't have white mana yet, which is kind of nice. But yeah, I think ending's probably the best pick here. There's also the option next turn of just Thoughtseizing or Duressing something else and taking the Snapcaster this turn. And then we've effectively answered these 3 cards and leave them with like nothing. But we do delay the Bob for another turn. Is that better? Yeah, I'm going to take Snapcaster here. And then next turn, the plan is looking like Duress plus Needle. We'll Duress ending and then Needle to Fury. Then the only thing they have left is Shark Typhoon. But we have a Bob, so I think we can probably try and play to that. Alright, yeah, let's take Snapcaster. Oh, we could Needle Scalding Tarn also, but I don't think that's going to be what we want to do. Well, let's Duress first. That'll be the first thing. What else did they draw? Oh, Flooded Strand. Okay. That's why we do that. Alright, let's take Ending and then Needle to Fury here. And just hope that's good enough. Shark Typhoon. I feel like Teferi is typically the first thing you Needle in this matchup anyway. But especially because we know about it. Another Bob. Ooh, double Bob. Yes, please. Come on, just let the cards flow. At least one turn, please. They're gonna find some answer, at least. Uh-oh. Red. Meltdown. That's annoying. It's very typical thing. At least we get one extra card. Another Dark Confidant. Or whatchamacallit. Alright, we don't know about it. Shit now. Alright. Teferi. They could also just race us, potentially, if they find like a mentor or something. But don't worry about that if it happens. The Wandering Emperor. Jeez. Okay. Ooh. That's all very good. Like all that stuff. Like it a lot. Let's see, we have access to 5 mana right now. Potentially 7 if we want. I think we should probably emphasize casting this Karn this turn over making a 20/20, just because they're tapped out of like Force of Will mana. I guess I'll start by, let's make sure this Narset dies. We'll definitely lose a Bob to the Emperor, but need to kill this thing. Let's see. Which lands are we playing? Just Stage, because that's the next best thing for the following turn, probably. And in case we draw like Saga. It is just gonna tell them, just give away what we're gonna do, though. Alright, let's just start with this. Oh, I can't do that. I guess I have to play Urborg if I want to. I'll just play Urborg. I like that better. Let's not take the damage. You don't have to. And let's just make constructs. I feel like that Meltdown could come back to haunt us again at some point as well. It's very possible. Four. Oh man. didn't think we'd actually draw a Saga, but we did. Let's Needle Emperor first, so they can't plan to do this. Yeah. The Emperor. Alright, I guess they want their thing at least. Their creature. The Wandering Emperor. Here we go. What do you think? Should we just play Saga this turn? We don't know any of their last two cards. But if they did have like a swords or some sort of removal, they wouldn't just... I don't know. I feel like they probably are just waiting. I don't know what they might be thinking. I don't know if it's better to... maybe the Dark Depths is the better plan and not playing Saga just yet, in case they get like the Meltdown back that hits them from like two different angles. But I could also see just like continuing the Construct train the way we have it going here as well. But I think I'm going to play the stage out, I think. Let's just push at their life total as well for now. I don't know. Let's just attack them. I don't really care about these blobs at this point. I'm gonna just try and whittle the life total down. Okay, yeah, let's just play stage. I think that gives us a more well-rounded way of fighting them. Meltdown. Alright. That could have been way worse. Well, not way worse. I guess we would have had to face this thing anyway. What does this do? Is this exile target tapped creature? Alright, one card in hand. What's their last card? Days Undoing. Alright. That's not even the worst. Let's just make this at least. They're very likely to find like a swords, but can't not just threaten this. This. Do you have an answer to this? First things first. It's not surprising. Alright, let's stick this up. Urborg or map. Okay. Not great. Thoughtseize, I think, is what we want to do next. Yeah, let's do that. Let's find out what's going on. Surgical Ending. Narset for Snapcaster. And decisions. I don't think we want to take the surgical. I think that's out of the question. Get back a swords at the moment. Kind of think just Narset being like their fuel, their gas. Yeah, I can take... If I take Narset... They still have swords. I was actually considering playing the Voidwalker before this Thoughtseize, which might have been wise, but I wanted to make better use of my mana as well. But yeah, let's take Narset. I think that's pretty... It's going to be the thing we want to do. Kind of think we should probably get some use out of this map potentially as well. Maybe find a Saga. Or lead with one of these threats that we have a ton of and hope they force that instead. Now let's start with map. I want to see what this does, what they do about it. Okay. Like, can we overpower this between constructs and this Karn and everything? I think we probably could. I'm thinking getting Saga here and then play Saga, then probably just play Voidwalker. They'll have to either force it or... Yeah, let's do that. Mostly happy that the map happened. Okay, they drew this volcanic, right? So we know everything in hand. Prismatic ending on Karn. Damn. That's 4 mana well spent, opponent. This turn, just Needle, I think. Yeah. Let's play that. I think Teferi is what we want to Needle. I think that's just the most potentially devastating here if we're going to go with constructs. And then the rest of this turn, just play out the rest of these threats, I think. Just try and win with a few of those. How much mana do we have? This is committed to Saga, so I guess we can only play like one more thing here. I guess let's play another Voidwalker. I can also play the Hexmage and like use that to reset Saga if they decide to sort this. I don't know. Yeah, let's play the Hexmage. I think that's what I want to do. And then the last bit of mana, play this. I imagine they would probably swords the Voidwalker in most cases. On Voidwalker, yeah. Force of Will, Surgical, Floodstrand. That's all they've left. And Unknown card, I guess. Alright. Yeah, let's reset this thing with the Hexmage. I think that's worth doing. Let's just use the Tomb. Then I'll probably just play Voidwalker and equip the Shadowspear this turn. I guess I could. One more needle. No, I have needles or maps. Let's just get needle. Let's needle. What beats us from here? Jace. I guess just Narset. He multi 5. Be a multi 4. Oh, that's awful. But he'll take it, you know. Alright, let's play this Voidwalker. Equip this, also play map, and just pump as much damage. Oh, this is force. That's fine. They are on the back foot, though, to say the least. Oops. Equip this. Zero swords. Alright. They're keeping pace. They live another turn at least. I hope they don't like... What if they Ruination? That would be devastating. I called it though. God, dude. They might pull it out from here. I could see that happening. Surgical. Just equip this. Just try and finish him. Are they going to surgical anything else either? Maybe I should just bog them right now. Just be done with this shit. I don't know. Just closing it out. This will be 6. This will deal 5 to them. Down to just Bob. Yeah, that's probably better. That probably... Let's do that. I guess I should have done this post-combat. But I'm not going to equip it anyway. I guess I can't really surgical now either, just because it's a little too damaging. But I think it's probably valuable to have Bob as like a separate, different direction to hit them from at this point. I don't know. We'll equip this turn. I know, we'll play this thing. I think that's probably better. Wait, can we threaten lethal? No, let's just play another threat. I like that. Yeah, an old school way of drawing cards. Let's just hit them. We're close. We're very close. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. It was very well navigated. Yeah, like sometimes you just have to like outmuscle them, and I felt like they just couldn't catch up to us all game. Good stuff. There's usually like a Supreme Verdict in the list as like at least like a single copy. So that was like a thing to be afraid of for sure. And they're also running like a Meltdown now, which definitely got me yesterday. I feel like you just kind of have to just eat the big sweepers, the big like knockout spells like that. But yeah, just like having various ways to like attack them, I think is probably at that point of the game is probably like the best thing to be doing. Yeah, I'm glad I got a needle there. I was kind of just like, we had Teferi needled already, and I didn't even think very much of the next thing we searched up. Could have seen myself just getting a map for no real reason either. And what if that Teferi, or what if we didn't needle Narset, and that Narset found like a Meltdown, or like a... Like that one stupid decision could have like cost us the game. That's magic, I guess. Yeah, that was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's sweep the creatures, sweep the artifacts, or sweep the lands. Like, You can't hit everything. We still have some shit. God, Ruination. This has been fun. It's been solid. I feel like we played well against Delver as well. We just couldn't beat him. One thing I don't like about this list, though, not this, the legacy deck we're playing. I feel like it's pretty weak against other combo decks. Like, not having the counter spells as a way to disrupt is definitely a hindrance. And other decks just, like, be faster, have more ways around what you're doing. So that's kind of a knock against it. Oh, Master TG. Thank you. Thanks for the subscription. Appreciate it. Modern Titan Pog. Yeah, for sure, man. Do you want to see some modern Ambit Titan at some point? I've been thinking of streaming some of this format, this deck. Like a challenge or something. The challenges I played have not been going well with this recently, but been enjoying this deck a lot. I'm skeptical to play something that a lot of people have played, though. I like being just the person that, like, knows how to play a deck, and, like, I'm the only one, the only master. But I don't know, like, playing this on my own, I feel like I take, like, lots of experimental lines that people would, like, disagree with, and I don't really want to hear people's, like, comments about that, which I know is just, like, part of, like, broadcasting, but I don't know, that's just my hesitation with that. But I would like to play this at some point. Anyways, yeah, Modern Titan. I played in one of the things yesterday with this deck. What was it I lost to? Something really frustrating. I forget what it was. Is the Spirits deck in Modern? Is that like a regular thing? Man, Spirits is so annoying. That was like the first time I saw it, and just having like flash creatures, giving your shit hexproof, just it's so irritating. Stealing my shit with a spell. Yeah, I thought it was like pretty old. One of my friends top-aided the GP, and whatever one of the local Modern ones was with that deck. Kyle Hendrickson. I remember he did really well with it, but that was like a couple years ago. Yeah, it has to play weaker, older threats from like only a couple years back, and not like just last year. The Rattle Chains is pretty annoying though. Humans I haven't seen either, but I do remember humans being a thing a long time ago as well. There were no good humans in Modern Horizons. Nothing that broke the mold, I guess. Why do they not care about the humans? It's discriminatory. What am I looking at? What do we want to look at? It's a little too short for the next round, so I don't really want to start playing something and then have to double queue. That's true. Channeler, I should know this. It's human plus something else, right? Human vampire? Human shaman, okay. A shaman. What's the difference between a shaman and a wizard? It's sometimes annoying how those are separate creature types. Like, some of the elves are shamans, but it seems like a shaman would just be a wizard. I don't know. Number 1 creature, Endurance, in Modern. It's pretty sweet. Here, what does Pioneer look like? I want to see See if there's something that would interest me besides that green deck, like a deck. Yeah, it's more like in tune with like nature and shit and shrooms. Yeah, the wizards are more proper, more rule based, and kind of stuck up. But the shamans have that old school, down to earth, Mother Nature kind of healing power. Largely been discredited by the wizards, but it still works for the shamans though. I don't know like any of these cards really. Looks like an attack with creatures deck that's black and red. Hidden Strings. What is Hidden Strings? What does this deck do? You may tap or untap target permanent. Then you may tap. Okay. Then you may exile the spell. Oh my god, that's so wordy. If somebody can just sum it up in like less words than this card, I would love that. I don't think that's possible. So you copy. You exile this card. How do you deal damage? You have to hit them with this, right? Yeah, like why would you want to copy this thing? Oh, okay. That was very succinct, Jim. Thank you. Appreciate it. I was gonna just like read all of the cards in the deck and probably would still not understand it. Probably best to just like watch somebody play this. Ooh, it has Lotus Field though, so it's a powerful land. You know how I feel about powerful lands. So you just generate mana. What was this card? This is probably like a payoff. 3 monocolored cards with different names. Man, somebody who like figured this deck and built it, like they're a wizard. They're an actual wizard. This is pretty sweet, honestly. It's not a very interesting deck. Yeah, it seems like lots of different good cards, but it's such a weird thing to try and base a deck around. Can't they just like counter this thing? Like, or isn't Lotus Field like this? Is probably has its own drawbacks too. Like it's probably slow. You need to get a land. You need to get this thing. I would like to just see how it plays out. I can't like picture how a game with this deck would like go. Behold the beyond. Stiff Breeze. No, I believe it. Like, if you can't do your thing, you just have all these, like, 7 mana cards, right? It's an acceptable combo by Pioneer standards, so I guess the combo lovers will have to just live with this. Yeah, it seems like one of those decks where, like, you do your thing or you fall flat on your face. And there's so much cooler ways to do that in, like, the other formats, like Legacy. Like, I don't want to, like, get this thing to not happen and just die to, like, Cavalier Thorns or something. Some weak shit. Yeah, I should watch somebody play this, though. I just want to see. At least they're using Lotus Field. I'm gonna say Lotus Field's the key card of the deck. There's probably something better to do with it, though. Is Underworld Breach? That's probably legal in this format, right? That's legal in Modern. Yeah, Eidolon. It's pretty nasty. control. I know what that is. Not this. Yeah, not much of many of these decks really interest me, honestly. Hopefully something will come out in this format eventually that'll make me like really want to play it. Yeah, I think there was. Maybe you're right. I think I could like vaguely remember that. Something with like Thespian stage, right? You read copy of Lotus Field, and I remember Thespian stage and Lotus Field. And I think that ban was like part of a different ban than like the inverter one, right? Or was that part of the same combo ban? I know they banned like the infinite life gain god. It's not intended to be a combo person format. I think they've kind of made that clear. Which kind of makes it not super interesting. I thought this deck looked kind of cool the last time I looked into it, but just because it's 5 colors. I don't know if it's like difficult to figure out though. Like it looks like complicated. Like you have to know the format well, I would think, to play this particularly well. Maybe not. Maybe since I'm like just used to Legacy, a very difficult format, this would be really simple. But I'm not willing to make that assumption just yet. And I one of the modern events yesterday, I played against this combo deck. I don't know what the deck is called exactly, but it plays like Spike Feeder, gains infinite life, and also has Walking Ballista to kill you with. And like the opponent gained infinite life, but they didn't have the win con out, and they like got pretty salty because I just didn't scoop to them. But like I did not have to scoop. Like I'm entitled to make them play it out. Heliod. And I still beat them that game. So it was pretty gratifying. But yeah. That's time is definitely like a real constraint online. And I feel like I'm not being an asshole by like making them play it. I mean, Infinite Life doesn't actually win the game still, so the last time I played against that deck, the opponent was like really polite about it, but like they asked me, "Can you deal with like the infinite life?" I just told them like, "Oh, I want to make you play it out. Like I kind of want this win," and like still, even at like 300 life, I was able to claw back and like take the game. The second time around against that deck, though, I was much wiser with my time management. Instead of like bothering with Valakut triggers, I would just like skip like primetime triggers and all that shit, and I basically just like made as many construct tokens as I possibly could with Urza Saga, and then just like killed him with like attack damage. It's much better, much more time efficient, and like yeah, like just the time for like a 3 damage bounce land is just not worth it. God, it's close though. But whatever, don't be a dick to opponents. That's the moral of the story. Even if you gain infinite life, you still haven't won the game. Alright, I'm very thirsty. I need some caffeine. I need some Celsius. Let's put the list on the screen for right now. But yeah, I'll be right back, everyone. Stick around. I hope we don't play each other, Jim. We're in the same bracket now. Although I don't know what you might possibly be on, so... How did you move webcam? I don't get it. I don't understand. I feel like I'm a polarized matchup deck today for sure. People will be very happy or very sad. Oh, the right deck. Oh, that's cool. That makes sense. And that's why you posted, you tweeted about playing it. It looks sweet. But I hope I don't play you though. I don't think I can do well against it. Getting stifled and shit. Alright, we're on the draw for this round. Let's fix this. I like the sand. I like it a moderate amount. I'm not gonna ship it by any means. The second Dark Ritual is actually kind of sweet because it gives us the option to ritual out the Hexmage the second turn instead of like committing it turn 1 if you want to do that. But just like playing a map and activating it's kind of not the greatest payoff either for like a turn 1 ritual. I keep this. Could just play swamp map and pass. Let's see what we're up against. Island Expedition map. I'm very intrigued. And kind of worried. I have no idea. I hope it's something sweet. Oh, is this just like 8 cast? Probably. That seems kind of likely. And they choose like their 1 map. Alright, I like that there's a ritual. Or a duress. Alright, let's ritual at least once. Play this duress. They might have like a chalice. We might want to just play the map out. That's 8 cast. Not the greatest duress either, but what can you do? I wonder if they have a Karakas main deck. Like, I bet they don't, but like, they could. Oh, this is obvious. I guess I'll just cast the Hexmage right now. It's probably the best time for it. I'm sure. Maybe I should have also ritualed and just used the map and cracked it. Who knows? I mean, our turn next turn is kind of forced at this point. At least we can wait and see what they do with the map. Make sure they don't go get like a Karakas before we make the 2020. Sigh. Oh, you know what we should probably have done? We should probably go get... I guess Shizo doesn't get it through Thopter tokens. Alright, I guess we just have to... It's not super great. These Thopter tokens are going to be a pain in the ass eventually. But I might as well just threaten it still. And they currently... Yeah, they can play this thing. I guess they're still short 1 thing still. Alright. Let's just threaten the thing and at least make them have to jump a 2020 every turn for the time being. Come on, don't draw one of your like 30 0-mana artifacts, please. And we should be good. Or have a Karakas. If they have a map, though, that makes next game definitely more complicated. I feel like I don't see Expedition map in 8cast all that often. I think at the first earliest list it would have like a map in the sideboard typically, but that was a long time ago. Thoughtcast. It's pretty likely to hit for them. Oh, man, this thing's just like in the way. There's like no place I could possibly put it where it's not just in the field of view. Alright. What could they possibly have? Let's try it. Alright, I feel like we got a little lucky that game by them whiffing on finding a bobble or something. It's okay. Not complaining. So for 8cast, since it's so difficult to try and get like a Merit Lage through, I think it is like a Helm of Obedience matchup. We also can't really race them via constructs. This is also a difficulty. This is a difficult matchup though, for sure. But I think I do want the Chasm and all the mana possible. I think Bobs can go. What do you guys think about Ritual? Like in grindy, like control matchups, I kind of think it's probably the cut. It's more just like attrition based, and you don't want that boost of mana. But I could see it being more possibly valuable in something like this, if we just want to try and close it out ASAP. It still might be the weakest card. I think some number of these 1-drops should come out, just to play against like a potential Chalice a little bit better at least. Let's got a couple Dark Depths. I feel like I tend to cite these out when like an alternate plan comes in. We're up against 8cast. Let's get the Duresses at least. Maybe Thoughtseize is not all that great either. Could just see cutting all the discard entirely. What if I just decide to bring the cards in and also cut the rituals? Just don't have any non-artifact 1-drops. If they like turn 1 Chalice, like all this shit just doesn't work. And I guess like in line with cutting the fast mana, just cut the Petal and then run the cards. Could see that being possible. Let's try this. Let's try this for now. We want to try and mostly Helm of Obedience them, but I feel like the Karns could maybe could possibly let us race them if they're haven't found like Sagas of their own. Yeah, we got pretty lucky. We need them to not find an artifact to make a Thopter to block out of like 3 draws, and they whiffed on that. So we definitely got kind of lucky. Yeah, they'll definitely Chalice on 2 if it comes to that point. At that point, we're like probably pretty far behind. In most cases, probably not gonna win. I don't know if these cards should be brought in though. The cards are kind of like the most questionable inclusion in the deck, in my opinion. And more so just there as a result of having like the extra Ancient Tomb mana. But they do kind of fill in a couple different roles. they can be a threat even in the face of like Blood Moon effects, which are pretty devastating. This is just a good mana sink and kind of being redundant threats, not the worst. Yeah, I was thinking Great Creator possibly. Like maybe bring them in from the board and have like a really small wish board potentially, but I haven't tried that yet. That seems worth trying. No Leyline, but lots of Saga. We're gonna put our Construct Racing plan to the test, I think, this game. I hope they don't play Turtle. That'd be the worst thing here. Turtle in general is just a pain in the ass. As is Spellbomb. Chalice, yeah. Yeah, let's put Urborg. Yeah, I was thinking a single Helm and then like bring 3 of them in. We did have other Karn. Oh, no Turtle is nice. And also no Saga from them. That can't be cast. It's somewhat annoying. I think we Voidwalker here though. Oh god, I almost misclicked the Shadowspear. That was lucky. God, that would have been so bad. Thank god. My moto reflexes are at least on point a bit. Hope we draw a different land next turn, so we don't have to Saga yet. Oh, not that Saga. Don't do that. Okay. And their constructs are just way better than ours at this point. Oh yeah, we have the Helm still. That's right. We should just try and play to that now, I think. But once we get this Helm out, we want to be able to just do it in a single turn before they can search up their Pithing Needle. Because once we get this out, like the jig is up, you know. This thing will also answer the Voidwalker potentially. It's just annoying. I guess we're playing this for sure. If their shields are down next turn, I think I want to search a... Oh, I got the Petal, that's right. I was going to say, get that 5th mana and just go for the Helm kill right then. If they don't have blue mana to Spellbomb, but I cut the Petal though. So I can't do that. Oh, lost a Cook. That sucks, man. He's a difficult opponent for sure. I typically lose to Tess, to him when I play. The constructs don't really do me very much here. I could just play the Hexmage and be able to... I could answer their Chalice or like refresh the Saga if I wanted to. Like keeping the Saga around would basically give me more mana for a longer period of time. But this would turn off their 0 drops though. If I get their Chalice here. That's kind of enticing. Let's attack. Let's do that. That's gonna happen regardless. And also, we might just be able to attack with this thing at this point and whittle their life total down via that. Yeah, we would turn off future like baubles and shit. I think I'm gonna do that actually. Let's start with this. If this resolves, then I'll probably just kill the Chalice now. Kill the Chalice and play the Shadowspear out at least. Hardcast Force. Get rid of that Petal though, if you're gonna do that. It's mildly annoying. I kind of liked getting rid of that chalice, but oh well, not gonna happen. Man, if they tap their blue out and we draw Ancient Tomb, I'm just gonna slam the Helm. I'm just gonna go for it. Oh man. Blue mana, that's annoying. If I draw Tomb, I could... Never mind. Let's forget everything I was gonna say. Are we in a position to be able to beat them via constructs? I think we are. It might just still be worth doing. And also my mana is kind of fucked up this turn to not be able to make constructs really that well. Yeah, I think we probably should just needle that. Make sure they don't get their own needle. And then, yeah, let's let this thing resolve to start. And then probably just play like a Bob or something. Either Bob or Karn. I don't want to throw the Helm out there is the main thing this turn. Because they'll just tell them to get their own Pithing Needle, and they'll take that avenue out. But yeah, let's needle the Spell Bomb. Pithing Needle, Ether Spell Bomb. Oh, man, it's just so fleeting. I think it might be better to just play the Karn this turn. I don't know. Is the card draw from Bob gonna be worth it? Because I feel like even just like a single construct via this Karn, maybe it might be like the difference between like the last bit of damage. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Still very short of mana, but like once this Saga is gone, we can at least like get the Helm down and proceed with that. But I think we should make as much use of this mana right now as possible. Maybe they'll get their needle for this Karn too, which wouldn't even be the worst. Yeah, just make this. I like drawing with it. It's gonna make the chump blocker and force them to do something different at least. But since they're like weak to their life total at this point, I feel like the construct token is kind of just better than Bob here. You might get like Shadowspear or something here. See that being a thing. Like we definitely couldn't race them at that point. Shadowspear, okay. Alright, well, we're gonna cast the Helm next turn. For sure. It's definitely the time to do that. And we'll save this to chump the non-trample token next turn. This is good. This is like diverting their attention as well. Yeah. No, they made a good call with their spear. Alright. This is looking good. It's looking good. Do we want to... What should we get here? What could they possibly get at this point? Probably just Needle Adawara. I think that's probably the best thing right here. That could potentially answer the Voidwalker. Slam this shit immediately. Yeah, I was talking about them getting their own Shadowspear. The thing I was worried about. What's in their bin? Oh, you know what? I could actually just keep the Voidwalker back and hold up. No, I'm not getting rid of Voidwalker. What am I thinking? That's going to stick around. That will not be happening. I was going to say we could potentially use their own Force of Will against them, but we don't want to do that. We need the Leyline effect. Their own Chalice takes away like a Pithing Needle being cast by then, which is nice. Yeah, I think Adawara is probably like would be their out from this point. Is there any reason to not just chump here? 13. I'm gonna just have some life. I don't know what they could possibly do, but yeah, there's probably no reason to not attack, or no reason to attack, really. I think you're right. We could have Raise and Bar, that's true. Alright, I'll plan to do this on their upkeep. Alright. We shall see. Let's just play this, I guess. Right? No reason not to. Worst case scenario. Should just play the Chasm out. Another worst case thing. If all goes wrong here, just have some sort of backup. Don't have Borrower, don't have Borrower. I should have attacked this turn if I was going to do it last turn, really. Alright. Can still live here if they have something. Alright, we made them obey. We're good. Wonder if they had Borrower. Let's look. There's Adawara. Alright. Yeah, there's no reason really to attack. It's not the wisest decision. It's enough, though. That's such a difficult matchup, though. Like, all your ways of winning have, like, lots of pitfalls against that deck. So you kind of have to, like, keep it secret what you're trying to do. Especially with that Helm last turn. I feel like the Karn was a good, like, distraction. I like that Karn play. Elves is probably, like, the absolute worst matchup for the Steps deck, though. We do not want to play against Elves. Really cannot beat Elves at all. They just go over, usually just go over the top of what you're trying to do. I feel like if I was playing Cloud Post, this would probably be a good matchup for Post as well. I haven't really played it much, though, against it as Post. I feel like Post would be, like, similar to Elves with this. No, this has been solid, dude. I have some, like, shitty, like, games sometimes, and punts, like, irritate the fuck out of me. But I'm playing well, though. And I'm glad, like, we're being rewarded with a decent standing so far. I feel like we played well against Delver, but they Delvered us. We got fucked. This is how it is. Oh, yeah. I love seeing 8 cast this Post. That's like a few remaining good matchups for Cloud Post. Oh, man. I'm gonna give you 7 rounds. This is the halfway point, so let's restart the client. Give Moto a break. I lost to 8cast a couple weeks ago, though, in a challenge with Post. Are you guys a fan of the Kenobi TV show? I've watched 3 episodes so far, and I think they've released 5 episodes total. Might go watch the other 2 they have out later today. I think it's okay. It's like, I don't know, it's kind of so-so. There's some things that just kind of annoy me about it, but a lot of recent Star Wars stuff kind of does that. Episode 5 is kind of okay. That's good to hear, at least. The Legacy series? Oh, is it next week? Where's it at next week? I want to establish that, at least. I might play the steps list. It'll depend, though. Olympus? Ooh. Yeah, I feel like I do bad in person playing Cloudfest. I probably would lean towards playing Dark Depths, but, anyways, like, yeah, Kenobi. I don't know. It kind of annoys me how, like, Princess Leia is so naive and trusting. Which, like, I know she's, like, a little girl and she's young, but, like, it's just, like, kind of annoying. Very childish. It just, like, reeks of, like, Disney making it, like, kiddish, I feel like. And it's also, like, a little bit, it was a little anticlimactic the way, like, Obi-Wan, like, first met up again with Darth Vader. Because I just watched that episode on the third episode where he basically saw him and, like, tried to burn him to death. Like, I always pictured, like, he just didn't see him for, like, years on end. It was just, like, seething with hatred for Obi-Wan for the longest time. But, I don't know, that's just my rant about that. At least I think there's going to be 7 episodes total. I think I heard that at some point. But, yeah, it's okay. It's a recent Star Wars thing. It harkens back to original Star Wars, but just tends to be the better stuff. Yeah. Yeah, or like when they have like Leia just like running from shit. Like, yeah, she's a little girl. Like, they would easily like catch her. And I feel like she would be aware of like the fucked up shit that would be happening in the galaxy at that point. Like her parents are like senators and shit. They would like tell her that, right? Yeah, I started watching Mandalorian. I don't think I watched the 2nd season at all. I didn't watch Book of Boba Fett either. But a lot of people said Boba Fett was bad. Oh, Wednesday? Oh, Wednesday's the last episode. That's cool. Yeah, I'll probably watch the last 2 episodes later. I'm gonna guess that Liam Neeson will make a cameo appearance in the very last episode. It seems like they're like setting that up. He's gonna come back as a ghost, a Force ghost. If they don't show him in the next 2 episodes, and I just haven't seen it yet. But that's my prediction. Isn't supposedly Hayden Christensen makes an appearance in this as well? The actor for Anakin from the prequel series. He wanted redemption, so this is his chance to right the ship of his history as Anakin. He was probably excited to get like cast for it again. I think it's kind of funny that they got the prequel actors back for it. Yeah, Qui-Gon Jinn, Obi-Wan's old master. Do you guys think the prequel series was better, or should I say worse, or the recent trilogy? Can't decide which one was worse. Like the dialogue in the prequel movies was just so like awkward and unnatural. Kind of bothers me the way they talk. They just like, "Oh, I don't believe we should go there, Anakin." Just like saying things that like would not come out of like regular people's mouths. But then the storyline of like the last trilogy is just what the fuck. They clearly just didn't give a shit about any of that. Yeah. What do you think was the worst of the last three movies? Probably the ninth episode. Let's see, I was like a teenager when the prequels came out. 1999, I think it was. So I was like 12. I remember being like super excited in the movie theater. And then like the very first scene where they show like the Trade Federation people, like people were like laughing at it in the theater. It was like kind of a letdown. And we all know how Phantom Menace ended up being. But yeah, that was definitely the worst of those three. Yeah, episode 8, well, at least they were willing to like try to change some things up. Like you said, like take some risks. It blows my mind why they wouldn't just plan out the storyline before like writing all the movies though. Like they just went back on their own things in the like ninth episode or the ninth series, whatever the ninth movie. But I know it was like a different director, which is also a terrible idea. That they didn't even like coordinate like anything about it, which is kind of unbelievable given how like big budget and how much fanfare there is around Star Wars. The Emperor just came out of nowhere in the last movie. Just not talked about at all, or like hinted at before. Didn't even know what his idea, like what the Emperor's plan was in the last movie. Just come back and be generally evil. Yeah. Yeah, didn't want somebody to say that, and they also say it in the title crawl. Something about like they just don't explain anything else. The Emperor came back. Just this huge like plot twist relegated to the crawl. Oh, nice, Sinhara. Yeah, happy Father's Day. Reminds me, I should probably text my dad. He's out of the country right now. But yeah, dude, the top 8 and Popper. I would probably call it a day at that point myself. No point in like letting it be a letdown at that point. Usually, if I do well in something earlier, probably just take my win at that point. An actual lie. I believe it. I only watched it one time. I don't think I'll watch it again anytime soon. It was like so weird too, as well, how they tried to like fit Carrie Fisher into it, even though like she had already passed away at that point. They were just like using old footage and like having the other people talk around her. Just something just like kind of bothersome about it. And there's no reason to like keep her alive from the last movie either, but I don't know. I don't think they should have gone about it that way. But what can you do? It's canon now. It's official Star Wars history now. And this tournament's going by pretty quickly. Am I right? It's only 11. Maybe it's like kind of average. This feels like it's going fast though. I mean, she has the power of the Force, but like, I don't know. It's like of the big three, like old actors, like the character that wasn't dead, but the last one was like the actor that's actually dead. I don't know. They just should not have included her. I feel like if they're gonna write the Emperor coming back into it off screen, they probably could have just said like, "Oh yeah, Leia passed away." It kind of sucks when like an actor just dies before a movie can be made, but obviously that's like first world problems. Just recast her at that point or something. Wasn't J.J. Abrams? I think he was the director for 7 and 9. Because I was a big fan of the show Lost that he directed, like way back in the day. I feel like the Star Wars kind of mirrored a lot of like Lost as a whole entire series. Like he was really good at like invoking mysteries and making you wonder about things, but he was like very poor at like actually answering questions, and you usually just ended up like asking more questions than you started with. That's the J.J. Abrams style. Uh, the Black Panther guy. Yeah, I don't know. Either recast him or just probably just reboot the series at that point. Dumbledore died, like halfway through the movies at some point. Yeah, they just shouldn't have included the Leia character, I feel. Or just written her out without lines or something at the start of the movie. I don't know. But for somebody that's been there since like the very first movie, like yeah, they probably couldn't recast her at that point. That would have been worst. How did the Black Panther guy die? I think I remember hearing that on the news. I stopped watching the Marvel movies. I heard Black Panther is one of the better ones. I don't know which. I don't know what's like the best Marvel hero if I haven't seen like any in like the past like 5 years. Like which character's movies do you think is like the best? Like Ant-Man, Guardians. I don't know. Just too many to keep track of. I'm like such a time sink at this point. I just don't care that enough to watch it. Colon cancer, that's shitty. He's so young too. I'm gonna look this up. Chadwick Boseman. Yeah, colon cancer, right? Make sure to get yourself checked. It's a wise thing to do that. Usually it's not till you're like, he was 43 years old. That's about when you have to start like seriously like, keeping an eye out. Yeah, I heard the Spider-Man No Way Home is good. I didn't see it though. I heard the Doctor Strange is like really weird, but I'm definitely down for something that kind of breaks the mold. If they go like humorous or like oddball or like creepy or something, I think that's like kind of enticing as a movie, rather than just keeping it like Super Friends, Save the Day, Avengers style. Just something unique would be kind of cool. Yeah, the Doctor put the finger in. They're better at recognizing it. Wouldn't know what I'm looking for. I hope we can keep this good tournament going. It's been solid. It doesn't feel all around as like solid as like Cloudpost, as consistent of a deck by any means, but it's been fun though. You know, it's been a while since I've cast like a Thoughtseize, and then just like keeping an eye on like what we know about in the Cone's hand. It's that might be like my favorite element of this, as like any discard spell deck would like be doing. It's probably like very similar to like what Ant does, just like knowing how much they have that can possibly stop you from killing them. I dig it. Oh, Hinara, what were you playing in Pauper? Just curious what. I think I know less about Pauper than I know about Pioneer, even. Boros, Bully, Familiars, Goblins. Which goblins could possibly be in a Pauper deck? I guess there's some pretty good goblins. They're commons. The only thing I don't like about Pauper as a format is like you can't just look at a card and determine like anything about whether it's legal in Pauper or not. Like the rules are it's like just always playing commons, right? But like this Goblin Matron in particular like is an uncommon, for example. I don't know, it's so weird. It's a stupid way to like manage a format in my opinion. But it's cool that you top 8'd. Not 8 on that. Yeah, wasn't it like Affinity and Tron, like the things in this format? Mono Blue, Spire Golem. There was like a Squirrel Storm deck or something too. For a while at least. I think something got banned though. At one point there was a deck in this one format, but then it wasn't a thing because they did stuff. If we have time after like the next round, we should like play like a league or at least start a league or something. I'm thinking one of these like kitten decks. Do you guys rather see like a Solan Chalice kind of deck or like a blue control like unrugged list? Like I'd be down to play like either or. And Chatterstorm, right? It was the Squirrel Storm card. How do you get to be on the Pauper ban committee? Seems like it'd be full of corruption. Be easy to buy your influence there in the format with all just commons. Didn't that was the format where people just like only played basic lands, right? I don't think it was a committee. Maybe it was. I thought it was a pretty good idea to do that for Legacy when people were thinking of doing it, but people got like super upset and just like didn't want to do it at all, which I kind of thought was crazy. Okay. If the thing's not going to fire anyway, why not just do it? I guess the 30 tickets that big of a deal for you? I don't know. I was going to submit a bunch of white bordered forests, but didn't happen. It's pretty funny. Interesting. So you're saying that if people take action, things can change? That's weird. It's a weird concept. I think that's more a nod to the fact that Pauper's not a real format, though. I don't think they would do that with a prestigious format like Legacy, though, and certainly not something like Modern that has Pro Tour implications with it. Alright, I'll be back. Get some busy work done. I feel like whenever I step away from the computer, then the round finishes, so might be the magic key here. But I'll be right back, everyone. Wait, what's this thing about Europe being a shit show? What do you mean? How so? I mean, it doesn't surprise me, but like coverage, or is it something where like people like it forced people into a draw or something like online, and like they both got to win something? I think I saw bits and pieces of people talking about it on Twitter with no like summation of what actually happened. But it kind of doesn't surprise me because I feel like a lot of things are very unorganized surrounding Magic. It's, I mean, somebody like some company has to take the effort and everything that comes with it, unfortunately. So I kind of feel where they're coming from. And like it feels like companies, if they do host tournaments, they just like afterwards it's like not profitable and they don't want to bother with it then. So that's shitty though. That sucks. Yeah. Yeah, in Germany, that seems crazy. I went played in GP Bologna in like a few years ago. I feel like the majority of the players I played against were German. And like I would just assume being like the most populous European country, they would probably have a German Pro Tour or something, right? I have no idea. I assumed they were American with their Dallas event, but I guess you don't need to actually be located in the place we're hosting. I don't know. It seems like it should be very possible to host tournaments, but if people that are really good at doing it just choose not to do it after some time, it's probably just not profitable. I don't understand what the issue is. Maybe they just don't get support via, I don't know, like round pairings, for example. Like the software just kind of sucks for that, and it's just always been shitty. Like the whole time I played like in Magic tournaments, like even at the top levels in Grand Prix, there was a time like a few years for like after the second round they just like couldn't figure out the pairings. Like isn't there like some one single computer nerd out there that could like solve everything for us? But nobody has ever done that. I don't know, it's just kind of unbelievable. I feel like it could be possible. But I'm just one person complaining on the internet, so whatever. Bring back Legacy Grand Prix. That's the only thing I ask. That's my magic wish list. Reprint reserve list shit and have Grand Prix with like a tiny bit of Legacy. That's all I ask of that game. This game. Whatever. Alright, I'm gonna step away for a second. I'll be right back. It's like, who are we waiting for? A JPA match? They're in game 2. I wonder what they're on. 24 minutes and 26 minutes. That's funny. There's a lot of names in this bracket that I don't want to play against. This could be a bad round, for sure. Hopefully, if we do play against, like, a combo master, we can, like, use our element of surprise by not being Cloud Post. That's about all we have going. Does anybody know if they've ever had a Legacy Grand Prix in South America or in Australia? I don't think I remember hearing about anything. A big Legacy event in either of those places. Like Grand Prix level. It'd just be pretty sweet to, play in like an event in one of those continents. Got to play a tournament in Japan and play a tournament in Europe off the last couple years. Only because I had a friend that like worked with the airline. It's the only reason. But I would love to play some Magic in somewhere in the Southern Hemisphere. I might look into this. I probably would think somewhere in Australia might possibly have it. I know they've had like other formats in like Brazil, I think. Argentina, probably. Okay, well, welcome to round 5. We're on the play this round. Yeah, this sand looks fine. No black mana currently, but this start of Saga into Tomb, also with Needle to protect it, is definitely something worth it with this deck. GP Columbia, I would be down. Isn't that the country where there's rebels and lots of cocaine and shit? I guess that's just more of a reason, right? Actually, like, it's only been like 2 times where I've been out of the country and felt like I might be in danger. One time in Mexico and one time in Peru. I think it's a lot more likely to be like shot in like the country where I'm living here. Or just like driving and like dying that way. Plus I gotta go to dangerous countries right now when I'm young and have nothing to lose. Been thinking about going on a trip, by the way. Oh, there's a black mana for later. Let's pump out some constructs, though. I believe it. Vintage is a different beast. I think deck space, like building decks in Vintage, is a bit more limited. Just because the archetypes have like so many restricted cards. Or, I don't know. Just the nature of the formats. I feel like discard in general, black discard, requires like a very specific type of deck in these eternal formats in the first place to be good. You get to do something very proactive and be able to utilize it. This looks like green-white depths. I think we're just going to continue with Sagas and just try and get there that way. And so if this is green-white depths, what should we do with this trigger? Like from here on out, I think we're going to just play the Saga and just make a construct every turn from here. So I think we should probably just get another Needle. I kind of feel like they might have a Knight of the Reliquary at this point. It seems like probably the best thing to do. You also need like a stage, which takes us off doing that later, but we could potentially die to a Dark Depths with enough the right cards. Like they have their Yawgmoth, so like double Crop Rod, for instance, could go get Dark Depths. Yeah, it's if they have the nuts, like it's gonna be a dangerous like next couple of turns. We can also go get Shadowspear and pull ourselves out of the 20. No, I don't think we can do that because we're going to be using this tomb fairly aggressively. I think we need a Knight though. I guess if we're aware of the danger of like a Dark Depths, we could just play our own stage and try and threaten that at the very least. But just hope they don't have the nuts at this point. Some for one. I know that card. That's a good card. This turn, I think we Thoughtseize. I guess that's pretty obvious. What's going on, opponent? You have a crop rotation? I feel like you do if you're hesitating here. That's right. That's a pretty good hand. Those are lots of good cards. I think we just take the crop rotation. We kind of have to. I can't cast the Brainstorm. Like, the Swords is annoying, but we do have nameless constructs at this point. Yeah, it's a little bit, it's a little bit surprising to see that there. That's not typically in this kind of deck. Let's take the Crop Rot. That kills us out of nowhere. I'll just do this now. They're playing correctly. They might have Ipnu Rivulet as a means of playing against Doomsday. That seems like a good reason to play blue. I've seen it in blue lands lists at least. Ritual. It seems like a pretty good time for a ritual. Alright, what's happening with this Saga? That's the next question. I want to get these, I think we're going to get these Voidwalkers down, or try to do so at least this turn. Do we want another Pithing Needle? Just Needle Reclaimer? I kind of like that. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see if they do something in response. Probably just waiting for us to use this. Just trying to think how much more do we need at this point? Versus, like, we're kind of in a pretty good spot to just try and hinder them from here on out, I feel. Okay, I like to see that Karakas. Let's not do that if we don't have to. Let's just Needle Reclaimer. Like that. Hopefully this, and then these Voidwalkers can get there. I think it probably is enough, at least. Let's Reclaimer. Yeah, if I want to do that, I'll play the stage out and at least threaten to make my own thing. I can also copy their Karakas with the stage later as well. Alright, let's just swing here. First things first. And I'll play the stage out as the land, just to have that. That's something we know that we'll want to have. They don't want us to potentially steal that Brainstorm. I guess they could also probably find like a crop rotation and get their Reclaimer to be bigger. Life in the Loan plus an unknown card. Alright, it's Life in the Loan. This is good. This is very good. Just doing everything. Ah. Yeah, we feel damage so far. What can I possibly steal? A Windswept Teeth. No, it's alright. I think they just forgot that Voidwalker exiles at this point. I've done that same thing. Alright, green-white depths with blue for at least Brainstorm. Yeah, that was the plan. Karakas, if there wasn't like a Dark Depths out there at least. I guess I wouldn't be doing that against their Karakas at that point, but... Anyways. So it seems like a matchup, just being like a green crop rotation deck, where winning with Merit Lage probably is not the best thing. It's doable, but we should lean into some other element at least. Like the constructs worked pretty well that last game. Yeah, Leylines don't seem terrible either, just because like mostly just keeping Night under control as well. Or like a Nightmare thing where they like excavate or wasteland us every turn. I don't know if I really want the Helms though. I'm kind of thinking more like Karns. I feel like we can just be more aggressive than they are. I don't know, maybe that was like a very slow start on their part though. Like they just didn't have like a mana to work turn 1. Or even anything turn 2 really. Maybe it's time for like a Helm. Or at least the Leylines. I kind of want to bring the Helms in. Maybe like catch them off guard. But it's possible we don't need the Helms. And just Leylines is fine. Alright, yeah, I think the Bobs should come out. If you want to commit to this. And I'm going to bring the Tombs and just swap like some Dark Depths as well. Alright, if we want the Helms, we have to cut like 4 more things. I don't know if that's worth it. Retreat to Korhom. I'm going to look up that card in a second. Let me figure out what I want to get rid of first. Duress, maybe? Yeah, I was thinking Force of Vigor kind of makes this a liability. We're already kind of cold to Force of Vigor already, but... I don't know, I think we should bring the Karns in. It just feels like a decent Karn matchup. Let's take these Helms out for now. And I think the Duress is... I don't know. I'm not certain of anything. Yeah, like, if we top deck a Leyline at this point, that's gonna suck. This hand seems worth it still. You can turn on Thoughtseize, and then I'll save the ritual for the second turn so I can get both of these things down. But I think we're gonna try this. You don't like Helm? Yeah. Nobody ever likes playing Helm. They only play it because they have to. It sucks playing a clunky 4-mana card that doesn't otherwise do shit, though. We should just Ritual. I don't know what I'm thinking. We should just definitely Ritual. Let's Ritual Voidwalker or Thoughtseize in that order. Just so we can potentially steal something with the Thoughtseize. That's a dilemma I have at times. If I can Ritual those 3 cards, or those 2 in particular, if I want to be greedy and see if I could steal something later. But I don't think this is like a real blue deck, as they would say. So, I'm going to take Crop Rotation. I don't think they have days. I bet that most, as far as counter spells, they might have some like Fluster Storms from the sideboard, which I don't think they would bring in against us. But yeah, somebody called it. Urza seems like a good inclusion. Ending Tundra is gone. Try and like be better at keeping this up to date. Alright, so there's one unknown. I'll play this out. Control the graveyard at all costs. There's no other option. Such a step. Shitty Leyline. I already have a Leyline. Man, that's very enticing. How should we do this turn? Like, do I want to attack? Should I push damage right now, or should I hold back the ability to Crop Rotation? I think I should probably at least swing this turn. Like, I don't think I'll need to use this this turn, at least. I don't know, maybe they'll do something. Maybe they'll let their guard down and give us an opening to Crop Rot into our own dark depths, but I find that really hard to... Seems like very unlikely. I don't know, if they don't go get a Karakas, then we're just threatening a 20-20 at that point. Maybe that would be better than just trying to pull out a longer win from this point. Oh, man. I guess if I'm going to hold up the Crop Rot, then I'm not casting anything else, and I probably would like to just play the other Voidwalker at least, though. So I think we're just going to swing, play this thing, and then pass. It's very tempting, but we probably have to deal another 3 damage anyway, in case they get to 23 via Uro. Just more Voidwalkers. And like at this point, I feel like it's probably just as good to try and kill them with the Voidwalkers. Let's see if they... How defensive are they going to get here? I think of the Karakas here. We're just going to scrap the Wasteland. Oh yeah, Wasteland is a card. I forgot about that card. How could I forget about my old nemesis Wasteland? If they Wasteland me, I get to potentially Wasteland them, which is not super great for them. Yeah, Dauthi's a very weird card. Very powerful in a lot of, like, strange ways. I haven't, like, been in this kind of spot, but, like, crop rotation's a pretty nice thing to, like, steal from them. Potentially, at least. What if we, like, stole their Sajiri step and, like, protected our own Merit Lage? Could see it happening. Oh, that's dangerous. I'm gonna hold at least one of these things back next turn, I think. Yeah. Well, like, this stuff is, like, this is just a counter, so either of these can use either of these cards at this point. This one has Summoning Sickness. We can't use that, though. We could put an Uro in for a split second, gain 3 life, and another land drop if we really wanted. Oh, man. Yeah, so if we attack with both... No, we can't deal that damage right now. So I think we were just gonna swing with one, hold the other one back. Man. I kind of would like to play this map and get a land out of it. And maybe if we're gonna do that, we should just do it this turn. Well, their shields are like a little bit down at least. How will we search up anyway? Maybe the map is better to just like hold back. And if they wasteland, I could do the old crop rotation in response. Yeah, I like that better. Let's just swing with one of these. They're still at such a high life total. So we're not gonna be killing them anytime soon. Yeah, we're gonna have to get wastelanded at some point. Like, that's pretty certain. And the tempo from losing a land's not the worst thing in this particular spot. I was thinking of crop rotting more so as just a means of getting something valuable. Swords. Okay. So that's gonna happen. I guess the new plan is copy something with stage if we need to. They could just 20/20 right here, especially if they have another land. That's okay. Yeah, we got by sorts of plowshares, but I'm fine with the line still. I'm wondering if I should have just been really aggressive with that crop rotation really early. That's the thing I think I might have possibly done different this game. It's probably, like, loose, though, to do that. Oh, this is Excavator, right? Wait, that doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. This is probably Knight. Okay. I could try and stage copy their wasteland here. Force them to, like, do something right now, which would, like, potentially open us up next turn to do something. What will we do then? Like, this thing's just gonna get Karakas at instant speed now. Wait, is Karakas... Yeah, it's still in the deck. It kind of seems worth copying this here. And at the very least, if they do wasteland, make it so that gets exiled. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try it. Let's see what they do. I would expect them to wasteland in response here now. Not interesting. Well, if we map for Saga, that'll definitely get wastelanded. Our own wasteland's pretty nice, though, at the very least. And there's only so long we can keep playing around wastelands. Yeah, the only way to guarantee a needle eventually would be through Saga, if we don't like destroy it. I feel like at the moment we just can't plan to go via Dark Depths. Like, they'll have to either tap out with Smite, or... yeah, it's just not gonna happen. Man. I'll play this. Yeah, let's play this out. We'll play the map, but keep the stage up, I think. Man. I kind of feel like I should just keep hitting him with Voidwalker, though. Next turn's potentially dangerous, but I should probably get my damage in right now, I think. At this wasteland still. Yeah, I'm gonna hit him. I'm like trying to draw out their Karakas and then making a second Dark Depths after that seems like way too ambitious, right? I don't think that can possibly happen. We did not bring the helms in, did we? I don't think we did. Nah. Okay. I feel like we're could very easily just die this next turn now. Alright. That's a decent draw. We just like can't let anything down, and now like they can get parity off of our wasteland, like especially with Knight. So, I probably fucked up. How much can they? Yeah, they can get the Dark Depths. That can be made, and double wasteland protect them. I just played my lands too. That's stupid. I think I have to hold the crop rotation up now. Yeah, let's play this thing. Oh, if they wanted to get an instant speed Dark Depths, I could threaten to make my own and maybe live another turn. Maybe. It's a big maybe, though. Leyline doesn't really do anything for us here. I think I need to keep this stuff up, at least. But I think they have enough now. Dark Depths? I think so. Field of the Dead. That complicates things a bit. I guess our hope is like we like draw into like a needle or something like that. Alright, I'm gonna use this map right now. At least while we have Wasteland and while we have the crop rotation option. Yeah. Also swords, potentially. I don't even know what we want to get here, though. I think it's Arctips. They could just make their own, though. Just also super dangerous. Like, how many Wastelands can we play around? If we can get them to a spot where we can, like, use the crop rotation, get our Karakas, answer theirs, it might be worth getting, like, its Arctips. Nah, it does nothing for us. Buys us a turn, I guess. I don't know. I'll take its Arctips. I don't think this game is going to be winnable, though. At least not in a couple more turns. Alright, I'm going to play Fight Fire with Fire and play dangerously. We should do something this turn if they use the Knight, which I fully expect them to do. Like, how many Wastelands could we possibly keep playing through, you know? I'm kind of thinking of just bringing the Helms in for the third game. This is, like, pretty difficult to try and win through. Alright, I'm going to try and make a move right now. Right now. Look at the Karakas, which I fully expect them to do. And I can Wasteland that Karakas. Or get my own Karakas. This is a Hail Mary. That's for sure. At least our Field of the Dead won't happen if they Wasteland us a bit. It's a silver lining. Right? That's pretty helpful. Alright, let's wait for that. Let's make them... They gotta do something here. Get their Karakas. That's gonna happen. We know that. Karakas. Yeah, of course. Okay. Oh, now I don't know. They're gonna make their thing. Alright, let's play this. I think we have to. I could be wrong. We're, like, very likely just dead next turn, though. I don't care. Did my thing. Okay. Yeah, their extra Wasteland is gonna get them out of this at this point. Right. Is there something I can do at this point? Should I Wasteland the Karakas right now when shields are down? Kind of seems like it. Let's see what I guess I can see what they search up first. They don't even need, like, their own Dark Depths. They can copy mine at this point. I don't know, they sacked a Wasteland? That's surprising. Field of the Dead? Really? Let's do something right now, if we're already on this. Let's Wasteland the Karakas right now. to start. And then probably gonna, in response, use their crop rotation. Yeah, another wasteland. Oh, they're copying this. That makes sense. Well, now what do we do? This is a dilemma. I don't think we can do anything now. Just concede and save time. I don't hate that either. Yeah, let's just hold back now. Don't have enough, not enough Voidwalkers. Need more of those. Need to steal more of their shit. That's kind of what I wanted, somewhat. Karakas? I'll definitely name that. Okay. Yeah, say Karakas. We could, but like, how are we winning then, you know? We gotta try and close the game out at this point. Man, that's annoying. Alright, well. I'm gonna crop rotation now. Oops. This. Let's get rid of this Urborg for doing this. Yeah. So they'll make their own 2020 if they want to give this thing up, right? I guess I can just threaten this at least for now. This thing is like, well, distorting my view. Alright. If they don't do their thing now, I'm gonna make it in response. Or I'll do it on their end step. And then... Oh, you're right, they can't. They can still Wasteland, though. Yeah, that Wasteland will probably just get us. Oh, I forgot about Wasteland again. It's not something I typically forget about. Are we better just taking another draw here? I think so, before trying to do something. I think so. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. This will be Wasteland, for sure. They're gonna do something in response here. I don't know what. They have a lot of power now that their graveyard is fair game. Wasteland on Dark Depths. Okay. Oh, they're gonna get another Wasteland now in response, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, what does Leyline do for us at this point, though? Maybe like a couple turns ago, but like for this particular situation, it's not gonna help us. Yeah, now I can just get another Wasteland in response. Oh man, the timing of Knight of the Reliquary. It's gonna beat us. Alright, let's just get to the third game. Alright, I want these helms for sure. Let's just take the Karns out. Don't see that being super useful. I also need some time speed as well. Real world speed. What a weird game. It's definitely the first of that kind of game of Magic I've played, whatever that means. Yeah, let's just try it. Let's not get got by Force of Vigor, please. Let's start with stage map. I think if they do like Force of Vigor map plus Leyline, that's probably fine compared to losing the Force of Vigor or the Saga. Anyway, it's like a blowout, but man, these brainstorms throwing me off. I wonder what else the blue is for. What should we do with this map? Let's think. Probably Urborg at this point. Just have the black source at least. You already have a supply of like construct tokens on hand. Gotta fight through that. Yeah, let's just get Urborg. Just have that ready to go. Interesting. Does this mean Force of Vigor? I think it is. I feel like that's what has to mean that. Alright. I'm gonna just start playing more quickly. Just not comfortable with this time. It's not super great, but yeah, I shouldn't have ritualed. What was I thinking? That was really stupid. Oh well. Like, I think I'm gonna preserve this Saga, but like, is that really what I want to do at this point? Maybe. Are we just going for Dark Depths here at this point? It's probably just better. Just lose to crop rotation then, though. Third brainstorm. What if they swords here? Do I want to keep the Saga around another turn? I'm kind of thinking of doing that. I hope they don't make me make that decision. Yeah, let's actually do this now. This was like my reason for playing the thing out, the Hexmage. see if they get us here. Let's get a Needle. Wasteland, I think. Wasteland. This might be too slow, but I feel like we're in a solid spot now, at least. Just more constructs. For the love of God, just more constructs. They definitely have some sort of piece of interaction. It's making me it's kind of unsettling. Okay. Let's play this out so we can activate if we need to. What is it that you have? Swords. More life this way. Just want to know, what is it? Crop rotation. Okay. That's a good one. Thespian stage. Canopy, that's good for us. Wasteland, Karakas, Yawgmoth. Okay, that's not terrible. Wasteland, Karakas, Yawgmoth. Okay. Let's play quickly. Let's not worry about this. Let's push damage now. I don't even know if I want to play the Bog out. I probably should. Yeah, I'm just going to do it. Need the mana. Alright, enough of this. That's what I think. That has to be the only reason why they would search that up. You have to be careful. You don't want to just die out of nowhere to a Dark Depths from them. Okay, next turn. I think if we sequence this, we could get like a Petal with one of the first Saga that happens, and then make another construct with that Petal. I guess that's not super difficult. I think I want to do that. And then the turn after, we can just kill him pretty easily. Alright. Which one is this? This one. I feel like Force of Vigor. It's a little late for that at this point for them. Alright. This. I just want as much board presence right now. Reclaimer, I think. Alright, this is lethal at least, so they have to chump something. Oh god, crop rotation. Scary. Look, they have though. Dark Depths. Glacial Chasm. Are they my deck? That's what I play. That's my thing. Alright. Well, part of me is pretty proud to see a Glacial Chasm on the other side of the board. I don't know why. That's scary. What are we doing now? I think we copy. Do we have mana? Not quite. We should just play it though. I think we play this. Yeah. Nah. I guess they don't have the Reclaimer, so. If we didn't draw that Helm, I think I would have preferred to stage their Karakas this last turn. Man, that was intense. Sorry, chat. I had to pay attention and focus. And that Helm just came out of nowhere. Got us the W. I think we probably could have pulled it off at that point still, even without the Helm, though. I don't know. Do you see, like, the sideboarding dilemmas in some of these matchups? I don't know, like, Helm's pretty... I bring it in pretty often, I feel like. Just, like, having a different way to win besides attacking is just, like, so valuable. It just sucks when, like, the Helms, or, like, the Leylines, rather, just don't do anything in a particular matchup, but you still would like to not have to attack. Like, against a deck like Death and Taxes. Yeah, that was... I think the second game... What's up, Francisco? That second game was, like, the weirdest one. I kind of wish I had just, like, crop routed really early and just went for a gamble. A quick, like, Dark Depths, but... Man. Voidwalker. Stealing opponent's cards. I think the best thing I've stolen thus far playing this deck is probably just, like, Expressive Iteration. Maybe, like... I did steal an Archon of Cruelty against Reanimator, but the game was, like, well out of hand by then, so... That doesn't really count. Yeah, that was nice that someone else is playing Glacial Chasm for sure. I mean, they have Reclaimer, they have Thespian stage. That's all you really need to play Chasm. Yeah, I think they were. Yeah, for Brainstorm, blue, and also Uro. It was probably just very, very light on the blue. JPA. I wonder if they're on Delver or if they're on Sneak. They could be on either. I'm gonna try this. We're on the draw this game. Oh, they're Yorion. Yorion. That probably means Death and Taxes. I don't really like this then. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Levi? Yeah, we had a nice comeback after losing to Delver the second round. Trying to keep it together for 2 more rounds at least. Yeah, I hate losing the coin flips. It's shitty. Alright, I'm gonna keep this. They're probably Death and Taxes. I'm gonna be greedy and just keep the Urborg. Fuck Wasteland. Okay, they're not Death and Taxes. I should have just kept that first hand, probably. Alright, the old turn 1 Thoughtseize. What are we up against? Give me information. God, I hope we don't get Wastelanded next turn. It'd be a brutal Wasteland. Force negation. What are they protecting? I haven't seen them play this deck before. Like, I've seen them on D&T at times. I've been seeing fucking Wasteland. I've seen a lot of non-D&T Yorion decks as of late, I feel like. And to the point where I see Yorion and I pretty much expect them to not be on Death and Taxes. It's kind of strange. This is probably like the McWinsauce pile, most likely. They're just dismantling us this game, though. Man, alright. I think I should. No, if we draw Urborg, we could draw Urborg still. Maybe come back. Maybe. If I just kept that basic swamp, but I can't not be greedy playing this deck. Just think if they didn't wasteland it, just have all the black mana we could possibly want. This map I'll never get to use ever. Oh fuck wasteland still. I don't play around that card. Narset. This is an information gathering process from here on out. Can we expect to see 3 more wastelands in their 80 card deck? I would get. Say probably. Ship the Duress. I wish I had now. Alright, how are we going to board this matchup? See if they have a Primeval Titan. I feel like that's like the grand finale of these kind of decks. Second Wasteland. Like, this card makes me not want to have Helm of Obedience. I also wonder what they were protecting with when they countered the Thoughtseize. Interesting. Alright, we're dead for sure. They don't have to show. It should be like a prime time. They could have that. I think this is like green sun, blue, good stuff. All the nasty green players in this deck. What a tease. The worst black source too. Alright, I don't think we want the Helms, but I do want these Karns, I think. Just Karns and Tombs. Just make this swap. Yeah, I feel like we could possibly just aggro this deck. Mostly just don't want to lean on Helm, because they're likely going to search their collector roof fairly quickly. And I can't really rely on the maps super well, but definitely not going to cut the maps. I think the Duresses should just be cut. Ah, man, the dilemma. Maybe I just don't want the extra Ancient Tombs. I don't really know. I don't know, Duress doesn't even seem that terrible either, though. Yeah, there's definitely Grist in the deck for sure. I remember seeing that the last time I played against this list. Omnath would be spicy. Ooh. Bringing the modern playables. Do you want to cut Ritual? Like, is this that kind of matchup where we want to not grind against them? Like, is this... This Ritual seems like uncuttable in a lot of times, but I don't know though. It kind of seems like the weakest card though. I could just get there with like powerful cards. I don't know. I do not know. Voidwalkers, maybe? Maybe. Yeah, let's cut the Rituals and just have real, fair, land-based mana, like normal decks. This looks fine. We're gonna play a stage into Needle, for sure. Not lose our Urborg, potentially. The Sand has options, though. Yeah, we're running... There's 2 main deck Ancient Tombs, and then 2 additional copies in the sideboard. The last Medvedev list was running that same setup, and I kind of liked it. I feel like wasn't really doing much else with that sideboard space. And generally, like, the Helm of Obedience plan is, like, usually, like, the best plan B, and the only plan B you really need. So just kind of playing to that end. That's basically what I was trying to do. Yeah, sometimes I'll cut the fast mana rituals and the petal I'm trying to as a one of in the deck if I am just planning to like fight an attrition battle, which I'm not sure if this actually is that kind of matchup, but sometimes I'll just like switch up a plan between like the second and third games based on what the opponent has seen in the previous game. Let's price swords. I think I'd rather just play the Hexmage and not potentially lose the land. I could just threaten to do this though as well. Just kill him. Alright, I'm just gonna keep... Alright, I played it out already. If there's any chance they could answer it though, I don't think we're playing it at all. We're not gonna do it. If I wasn't streaming this right now, I would almost certainly just go for the 2020 right here. But I feel like I should make intelligent plays here. Force of Vigor? Oh shit. Alright. Show me Wasteland. Don't do that. They don't know, but the Urborg's by far the most important land. I believe it. I've considered playing like Tron in Legacy. I didn't actually bring myself to do it, but considered it. We're gonna make the stage into the Urborg here. Cut our losses. Hey, we can't survive not having Urborg. Modern Yawgmoth? That's funny. What should we do? What should we do? Just pass here. Like, if they can't tap out and do anything, that's like a win for us. And just having like redundant of each of my lands thus far is not too bad. Just make this into something else now, and then so I can play my other Urborg. I think so. Yeah, let's do that. I'm just gonna play the Karn next turn. I know it's playing kind of scared, but let's be smart here. Kind of surprised there hasn't been more like Omnath in Legacy thus far. Kind of thought that card would see more play when it first got spoiled, just given how popular like Uro was between Modern and then Legacy later. Kind of seemed like a similar type of card. Green Black Tron. It's kind of like Cloud Post. Oh, don't low me. It's mean. It's nasty. Yeah, what will they... They're gonna hit the Urborg, I bet now. Alright, we're just gonna try and make the thing next turn. Kind of feel like doing that. Maybe playing the Hexmage out. Oh, I like that. That's a good card. Alright, let's start with this. Prismatic Ending. Yeah, we're just gonna make the shit. And we're just gonna... I'll let them loam first, but I'll definitely not let them wasteland. And we'll make it this method, so as not to lose as many lands. Plus we have this card giving us shit. Alright, let's put a stop in the draw step, I think. I'll just make it now. It's not stupid about it. Oh, is Shurikai the thing that you can like channel to play like a regrowth? I think I have seen that card in like a Cloud Post list actually. Yeah, it's like the non-legendary regrowth, right? Do we want to stick with the same game plan? Like it took some work, but it worked. It wasn't the worst. I wonder how graveyard dependent they are. Could maybe bring these back. Could think of cutting like a couple bobs instead. Yeah, I think I want to try that. That Life from the Loam is not exactly what I was expecting. Shigekai. Magic borrows a lot from Japanese culture now. Including the basic lands that don't look like basics, actually. I want to try this. I probably will just lead with the Saga, but we're on the draw, so... I don't know. You can decide. Maybe they'll keep a hand based on like a single wasteland and just pray that we're weak to wasteland. Just throw the Saga out there. Don't have a wasteland right now. It seems like a worthy gamble at least. You know they run Force of Vigor though too. It's kind of scary. Also just see Swamp, Map, and Pass if you want to play it a little bit more slowly. Man, how risky do we want to be here? And like, what do we want to play around? Like, we could just say, fuck all, fuck Force of Vigor, fuck Wasteland, play Saga, play Map, and just have as many big constructs as fast as possible. Which I don't really hate, given this hand. It's super risky, though. But against just a Wasteland, it's not even the worst. Yeah, let's do it. All I needed was a single person to throw their support behind it. I can usually be convinced to do most things. I hope they don't Force a Vigor. Oh, they're gonna Force a Vigor. Yeah, Wasteland would be brutal anyway. They might not have it though. They're an 80 card deck. They're not as likely to find it. What do you play in Modern currently, Levi? I saw you said Rhinos is really good. So, I know you played like Elementals for a bit too. I guess just use this map right now. I hope they don't Life from the Loam. Oh, really? I've been playing some Amulet, and I feel like Rhinos is pretty frustrating. Pretty difficult at times. I hate the Cascade decks just in general in Modern. I don't know why somebody would play that. I want to go get a Saga, most likely. I feel like we should use this map now, while this mana is available. We could just play a stage out next turn. Have the option of just playing it safe. Yeah, I honestly have no idea about this particular list, though. Oh, that's good. That's very good. Let's start with this, right? Wait. Yeah, I think we just want to play as much shit as possible that we can this turn. I don't know if it's worth taking 2 damage to him, though. Whatever. What the fuck? Wasteland, I think. Is there a downside to not playing this out here? I'm not sure. Let's see, next turn our mana's tied up. Well, we can wait on the Shadowspear. Yeah, let's just pass. I feel like I had to Thalia or something. Get punished a little bit here. I guess nothing could really surprise me at this point. God. Could be a number of annoying things. Alright, Wastelands are on the table. Oh, they could Wasteland this turn still. Fuck. Don't have a second Wasteland, please. Also, don't kill my Saga. Yes. I think Urborg here, right? Are we in desperation mode to the point where we think we might have to go for a Dark Depths kill? I don't know if we are. Our constructs can be good enough from here. I think they probably would be. I think we would play Urborg. I guess we'll just cast the Shadowspear. Like, best case scenario, I'm going to start swinging with a Shadowspear lifelink thing next turn. Just the 2 damage is not super relevant at this point. I get the Yorion decks and Modern mixed up at times. I know there's like the Elemental version. I should have played the Petal out. I could just block this thing now. That was stupid. That was an oversight. God, not Loam, please. Oh, it's gonna be Excavator. Motherfucker. Alright. Well, this one construct token is gonna have to carry us a long way. Definitely gonna do it though. What's the plan now? Play it safe, play basics, and try and rebuild that way. Play this thing out now, after the fact. Guess I should have done this earlier. Feels bad, man. Yeah, this is bad now. Even if we can, like, cobble together some Thespian stage basic swamps that way. I don't know where that gets us, though, until we can enter this wasteland. It's going to keep coming back. The second wasteland. Jesus. Just, like, yeah, throw it all out there. Just in time, right? Better late than never. I'll play this out. Wasteland, I think. Man, I feel bad about just not playing that Petal out. I was not even thinking about, like, blocking. It's not the magic I typically play. I could definitely... Yeah, they'd have 2 less power now. Just, like, probably going to be, like, 10 damage over the course of this, like, game. No, I still have Post. I'll play Post again at some point. Just kind of bored of, like, Post in the current metagame. I mostly just don't want to play the Delver matchup. I don't even think the matchup's that bad. It just like doesn't sound enjoyable to me to play like another 10,000 games of Delver versus Post. Plus, I'm just kind of more interested in this particular list that's kind of been showing up. Man, I wish I just played that Petal out. This actual Uro now. we need here? Another artifact. I haven't played lands in a while, not in like a hot minute. Alright. Just probably pass the turn here, make a construct. Yeah, I think so. I don't want to give up this construct for the sake of a card that just comes back again. I'm gonna have to block it though. Whatever. What's this? Oh. No, I don't think it's just worth throwing that away into the row. Plus I can block like Excavator and that other stuff this turn. I feel like Collector Roof is going to show up at some point in the near future as well. So we might have to protect this particular construct that's been blessed with the mighty Shadowspear. Yeah, I could trade with Euro, which might be worth doing. But a couple more like turns and I feel like I can possibly overpower this though. Game is done now. You've been watching the stream all day, Tekka. I feel like you should know by now that this deck, I'm never out of this game, dude. All we need is like a Pithing Needle or what else do we bring in? Do we have Karns? No. Yeah, we do. I guess that doesn't really help us. Yeah. I'm not planning to trade with Uro at this point, I don't think. Maybe that's super risky. But there's also value in just holding this back so they can't just freely swing with these creatures. Man, I'm pissed about just not playing that Petal out. I can't believe I just didn't think about that. But yeah, if I wanted to get rid of Uro, I would have just swung into it, I think. Not give them the attack trigger. This deck tests your land sequencing and your combat math. So it's a mix of new and old shit for me. Like having to figure out attacking and blocking. It's complicated. No, I don't know, like, I probably got like tunnel vision on a certain, like, Thalia or something. Or like just getting like a Petal ending at some point in the past by a deck that had that for like no reason. This constructs being dependent on that. Hold on a second. Let's see what they want to do here. Yeah, let's just let this hit us. Life total's a little bit low here. If they're leaving the Ice Chain back, they're probably planning to block with it, I would think. And so next turn, how do we feel about getting a map and going to get Karakas as a long-term solution for the Uro? I'm kind of leaning towards that. Before we get our artifacts locked out, I feel like that might be worth doing. Just being able to activate the map. If we need to use the Petal, we could. Jeez. This board state's intimidating though. Yorion. Oh shit, that's really good. Man, this is like the most punishing part now for not just playing that Petal out. It's gonna kill us now. Let's see what they target. Probably just the Needle. Yeah, we're in that have to attack kind of mode now. I bet they'll hit the Saga though, right? I don't know. How long term are they playing? We'll find out right now. I think they should hit the Saga, personally. I don't know, maybe, yeah. They're pretty close to just closing the game out, and this thing could probably pull us out somehow. I bet they'll hit the Saga, though, if I were to guess. Yeah. Alright, let's just make the construct then. Right. Yeah. The only other option is to use the stage and copy the Saga, but it's just so slow, though. Man. Should we just attack here? Or we... I think we have to, right? This thing will just fly over us if nothing else. I think we either swing with this, hold this one back to block, re-equip it, and just be able to answer this. That's probably the best thing. I think we could use the pedal, but I don't want to make these things smaller post-combat. Yeah, I'm going to swing with this. Swing with the one. Probably just play a stage. Like, this is all best case scenario, of course, but... Probably make it a second swamp and be able to cast the Voidwalker next turn. Never mind, I can't even do that. I'm gonna re-equip. Oh, yeah, this shit. Fuck. Alright. Now, it might just be better to play the Voidwalker. That just gives us more outs. I don't think we can win now, though. Alright, I'm gonna play this thing out. Just equip this, though. I think that has to block, right? I don't think his right arbor is going to help us much. Like, for blocking, we're not winning the game. Now this is game 3. Remember the first one? I was greedy. Yeah, I lost this game because of that pedal, though. I should have just cast that card. Whatever. That was my first mistake today. How's it going, Archon? We are exactly dead as you come into this chat. I think we're at 1. It's been a good game, though. Good round. We're still in a pretty good standing as well. If we win the next round, I think we have a chance still. Oh yeah, did I mention I'm like not good at combat math? What did I miss? How did I miss 2 damage? Okay, 15. I see. Haha. Yeah, that was a good game though. I haven't played against JPA in quite some time. And I wonder what their list is. Pretty insane. First mistake was not playing Cloudpost. Cloudpost is so like, dude, it's kind of boring for me at this point. Like, until they change the format somehow, I don't really feel like playing Cloudpost all that much. This is something new and exciting. This deck is also just very up my alley. I think a lot of people that would probably try this deck probably wouldn't like it just for the odd kind of mana base, which is also true of Cloudpost. But I feel like you need to place some support in Urza Saga. Like, this card just gives you a lot of direction, even if you don't have the color that you need all the time. I think you can somehow times just get there without colors. Take it from me. I can tell you that. Some of the lists I've seen have run will start with like 12 black sources total. They'll have like 8 swamps and then the 4 Urborgs. The very first list had 10, which like I'm running now, not counting Bojuka Bog, which I think is fine. I think you're like just already kind of committing to a weaker like color mana base with this deck already. I think like the colorless options early game can like cover for it enough. But it's probably like a matter of like preference. Yeah, most lists tend to have either. Yeah, I've seen 10 to 12, and this is obviously on the lower end. But it's definitely greedy. I remember Vault of Whispers was suggested and does show up as times in this deck as like 4 of the black sources, which seems like obvious with constructs until you play against like a Meltdown or a Collector Roof, and then you question whether if it's actually worth it at that point or not. Which I feel like just having enough basic lands, there's definitely something to be said about the stability you get from at least like a higher number of those. Weak mana base is a misnomer, dude. It's different. It's not weak, it's different. You have Dark Depths, dude. This deck is all about its lands. Dark Depths, a long-time, well-respected land in Legacy, capable of killing opponents on the spot. Plus the new kid on the block, Urza Saga, which, like, this card is actually, like, the central card of the deck, I feel like. Even though I feel like Depths is the main win condition, Urza Saga is, like, more of what this deck is about as far as, like, the gameplay goes. Between these two lands, like, you don't always need your colored mana, and you just win through your lands. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, let's pull up some lists of this deck. Let's show some specific examples. But yeah, it's won 2 challenges already. Dalthar and Edvedev each won one, and both of their lists had some pretty different options in them. Like the very first list by Dalthar had more creature removal, had like Sudden Edict's Maindeck, with some spot removal on the board. But then the Medvedev list had stuff like Plague Engineer, Opposition Agent, more creature based, but like getting their disruption via the creatures in the list. So I'm kind of running more like big mana stuff from the board. I feel like it kind of comes down to how you want to utilize your sideboard. And I liked Medvedev's like loading up on Ancient Tombs in like the last list I saw from them. I feel like it's making just good use of the sideboard space that otherwise is not doing much. And playing more to the Helms as well, which definitely is the plan B that you end up going for pretty often. Man. Alright, this round's almost over. That's cool. One more round. Man, I hope that doesn't like end my tournament not playing that pedal. We could still pull it out here though. I have faith in Jonathan Inglescu. He'll carry my tiebreakers to the very end. It's been a good stream. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Hope you have enjoyed something out of the ordinary. Usually you can expect to see me playing green cards on the stream, but this deck has been my primary interest in Legacy as of late. Probably just play whatever I feel like playing on stream. No rhyme or reason. Eventually I'll want some green cards for consistency. Some green suns. Just casting them are cool instead of making a 20/20. But I don't know. What have our losses been to? This pile and Delver. Man. I guess I can bring up a couple of replays from the challenge I put in yesterday, which went very poorly, but I'll point out a few things. Somebody told me this number is very low. Maybe that's true. Whatever. Is it this one? So this game, I got kind of screwed over by lucky bullshit. Check it out. So I had lost game 1. I knew I was playing against Reanimator. Replay functions. Does it work? Bring in Leylines, like, as is the usual case against Reanimator. This hand just seemed, like, unlosable. Like, this is, like, one of the hands, like, why you would play this deck, basically. We have a Leyline for Disruption. We have a turn 1 Thoughtseize or Duress, plus a turn 3 Depths combo. Oh, next round. Cool. I want to show this, though. Start with our turn 1 Thoughtseize, as typical. Opponent shows us 3 Reanimates, Gristlebrand, and Show and Tell. So there's really only 2 options to Thoughtseize here: Gristlebrand or Show and Tell. If I get rid of Gristlebrand, that's just gone forever, and they can't possibly just get their draw 7 or draw 14 in at the moment, which could pull them out of the game. But if I leave them a Show and Tell, they could potentially draw into something else, obviously, get that down and win via that. But I decided to just take the Gristlebrand just because of the Duress in hand to answer the Show and Tell next turn. And they also don't have the 3rd mana for the Show and Tell yet. So it just made more sense to take the Gristlebrand, which I do. Following turn. This is a pretty decent draw, this Voidwalker. But I'd rather just Thoughtseize Duress away the Show and Tell before they could potentially like draw into like a Petal or something. Also, we have the Leyline already to kind of answer the graveyard. But the draw was a Serenity last turn. So it's a pretty good draw for them, right? So I Duress the Serenity this turn. I feel like they pull themselves out of this game by playing that, answering the Leyline, and then drawing like an Intune like the following turn, right? So let's skip to this part. What do we do here? Play Depths, right? Yeah. Okay. This like last turn that we had to survive here. We just had to live one more turn, essentially. I see this, I'm like, oh, they've got something. Like, what could they possibly show and tell in? Gristlebrand probably wins it. Even if they had put in Archon of Cruelty, we can put Voidwalker in and survive that at least another turn. Chancellor is like the best thing, probably. This is like depressing. This card, I just can't beat this now. But like, anyways, my point is that was some lucky bullshit. I wasn't salty, of course, but I feel like I got screwed over by variants. Just actually helped us out today. Good karma, I guess. Okay, anyways, round 7. We're on the play this round. Last round of Swiss. Yeah, I'm gonna ship this. Lots of mana. None of the business lands that I was talking about. No Depths, no Saga. This is much better. I'm gonna put the Voidwalker back here. Start with turn 1 Thoughtseize. Turn 2 Saga. Confidant, probably. And go from there. Put back the restrictive mana cost card. Who are we playing against? Oh, Wasteland. That's unfortunate. I think we just take Ponder here, right? They're ways away from iteration. Well, it's annoying though too. No, let's take Ponder. I feel like it's not a bad idea to just aim for their cantrips. Just cut them off of the card draw ASAP. Maybe see taking the Bolt as well, just to make the Confidant more threatening, but they'll just find like another Bolt with Ponder, so... Oh, that's good. Oh, that's not bad. Alright, let's Needle first, and then just play Map after. Let's play this. Now we'll Needle, because they drew days. Oh, they have Force still. Alright, well... So we'll answer a Force at the very least. She probably will. Maybe I should have, like, not played the Saga out and made them question what the land is going to be still. Yeah, I should have probably just led with the Needle before playing the land. I think that would have been better. I think I should definitely force this, though. Pitching iteration, okay. It's not the worst. Alright, I think we're just keeping the map available this turn. Hitting our land next turn. I think we're probably just going to get Urborg, most likely. Man, that's annoying. Another Saga? I don't hate that either. I gotta run out of Wastelands at some point. Man, a bad spot though. Yeah, I'm just gonna get Saga. Oh look what showed up. Are we better just casting the Bob? They're not gonna have a third Wasteland, right? I mean, it's just gonna get bolted though as well. Maybe we need to do it though. No, best case, like our mana is tied up. I think we need to play the more valuable card long term here. But yeah, I think that first Saga that I played, that initial turn, if I'd sequenced it a little better, I think they would have been less inclined to force it. It's not great. It's okay, but yeah, let's get one of these cards out, I think. I think it's worth just throwing this away. Days, Brazen Barber, Jesus. It's a very good hand. Probably just iteration, right? They're gonna Petty Theft probably end of turn otherwise. I feel like iteration just pulls him out from here on out though. Yeah. You can play around like everything else at least. Alright, I think we're getting a map with this, most certainly. Probably getting our 4th Urza Saga, if anything. Do we want to do that, though? Yeah, not having a second black mana at this point. It's definitely the mana base I was defending earlier not working out. But it happens sometimes. I'm definitely going to get a map here. I think I'm just going to get the 4th and final Saga, though. And probably just play it out this turn, and then use the Tomb to start pumping shit next turn. Right. Yeah. Let's get a map. I guess we could take a turn off of Sagaing and just get like something down this turn. Like start with Bob, play the Tomb, play Bob, and then just start getting Saga the following turn. Probably lets us tempo our plays out a little bit better. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. It'd be pretty annoying if they warded Daze right here, but I don't see them doing that. They didn't. I don't even know if I want to use this map just yet. It almost seems like there's no real drawback to not at least taking a draw still. It does shrink Murktide. It's quietly a very versatile card, Hexmage. It might have to play Murktide Shrinking. Play that role here. I don't know. I think we should take a draw though. And Saga's not going to start until the following turn anyway, so... Man. We know about Daze. Yeah, I think we still get Saga, right? Is it too late for that? Just play through Daze here. This still get dazed. But the Hexmage next turn. Or just not get dazed at all. Just get the Urborg right now. Play it. Pass. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. I think we're just praying for like a Dark Depths now. And a Thoughtseize. And with the Thoughtseize happening before the Dark Depths in particular. Could happen. Oh my god. They've used any of this stuff. I think they just used the bolt already, right? And this is like the previous bolt I saw. Maybe. I'm gonna try and just get these things both down. Voidwalker, start with that. If they daze, I think so be it. Pay it with the black mana. What if they dazed here and then they put a second daze? Be interesting if they tried to get me with it. I wouldn't do it at all, but I know about Bolt still. We're just dead if they flip here, pretty much. Alright. I'm dead if they have a Bolt regardless, so Let's not worry about that right now. Yeah, I'll just die to Bolt. I also want to win, so... Okay. Let's just see what we're going to draw. Were we in line to draw to win? Alright. Well, I was correct to not sack that thing. So there's that. Alright. Against Delver, I tend to just bring in Leylines. I think that's the only thing we want against this deck. Obviously, them being graveyard dependent, and not the clunkers. And also just like, if things work out, which Meltdown's going to make that very less likely, these post-board games, I feel like the usual game plan of the main deck is probably going to be good enough in most cases. Yeah, so I've just been swapping Bobs for Leylines. Not really sure what else to do. I'm going to bring the Chasm in. I did this the last time against Delver, and just got Karakas, which I feel like it could be relevant. Gotta bring in my Spice. My Chasm. This is just like a random one of the... Just wasn't sure to play in that spot. The one card I would suggest to try out if you want to play this deck is the one Lotus Petal. I think it's worth having that as an option. This looks okay. I'll just turn one Saga. Do you want to stage turn one or Urborg? I kind of think we should stage first. There's not really a point to Richling out at this point. I don't know, maybe we could just play the... No, let's just play stage. Let's just keep that stage needle here. Man, I wish they just didn't have Brazen Borrower. Life would be so much more simple if they didn't have that single card. Could just rely on the Dark Depths. But we can't. This feels like a game where we probably should just try and do a quick Dark Depths, though, in most cases. I don't hate just taking that chance. Let's see what we draw. Like, if you want to do that, we'd have to ritual at some point before our next turn, just to get it out as quickly as possible. Let's see what they do. It's probably going to get countered if they're thinking about it. They kept on top with the Ponder, by the way. Just let them take the draw here. Meltdown. Okay, I was kind of afraid they might do this. I'm just going to go for this right now. Let's see, they have the days. They're definitely going to counter this, though. Your meltdown. I should just play her on days, I feel like. I'll just do it. I have enough mana at this point anyway, right? Yeah, it's a pretty common card in anything splashing red, I feel like, nowadays. I lost to it at a Just Guy a couple times already. It's definitely a good reason to run red, to say the least. I still could just draw into a Dark Depths at this point. I can still have chance. Just make it now? I think so. I think we have to. We 100% will do it. I bet they have their borrower by now, though. They always do, right? The deck that won yesterday, they're one of my losses. They had 2 borrowers main deck, which is surprising. Which definitely got me pretty good. And I want to have all the answers as well. How does that deck get to have it? Yeah, that's surprising. That's not typical at all. Delver. But yeah, counterbalance is definitely pretty good against this deck, if you happen to have it. Does anybody know why Delver has counterbalance in the sideboard sometimes? I was curious if there's like a particular matchup where they want that, or if it's something like a Delver mirror match thing. Not sure. Ponder. What happened with this Ponder? Or is this from ages ago? Oh no, the iteration. Okay, they have a blind draw. I'm just gonna copy the Bog, I guess. Mirror combo. That makes sense. Yeah, it doesn't seem great against elves, though. Alright, we're gonna hold on the Chasm, I think, one more turn. At least make them have like a random card draw to start. Okay. At 12. Gonna just have to Chasm next turn now. Ah, man. I hate this deck. I'm sick of tired of playing against Delver, you guys. I can't hide my disdain. I guess it's better than playing Cloudpost. Even if that matchup's not terrible, it just doesn't sound enjoyable to play that game. They're gonna wasteland something for sure here, right? If I play the Chasm out, then I can't even activate it if I don't keep Urborg around. And I was planning on getting rid of the Urborg too. That's just very bad. Yeah, I know I'm not alone. It's a very common argument to hate this deck. But it is what it is. Alright, I'm gonna play this out. I expect them to find another wasteland and then be able to answer both of these chasms, essentially. Maybe I should have just forced the stage on their wasteland last turn. I definitely made some errors this challenge. Mostly with like sequencing at times, but there are some things I could have done better for sure. I don't know exactly. I think it's either Iteration or Murktide would probably be the best bet. But out of those two, I kind of think Iteration would probably be the better thing to cut. It just seems like the more unusual thing for like a deck like that to have. Yeah, see, I told you they'd have their Wasteland. The second Wasteland. Got your island, I guess. Keep one of my two things. I don't hope they don't ban days, personally. I don't think it would solve the problem, really. I think they'd still have good threats, and I don't know, I kind of like days. Despite getting dazed myself a few times this tournament, I just like the mental games that card gives. Yeah, we have no outs now. Oh yeah, they have this thing. Alright, good games. That was a bummer. But we are 4-3 now. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. It was a challenging, fun tournament. Hope you enjoyed black cards and something a little bit different. Definitely try this deck out if you haven't already. I bet there's some other lists that'll show up in the top 32 or whatnot that get posted. But I'm gonna turn you over to... We're still streaming. It's playing. Playing Legacy. These other people are in the challenge. I think they're gonna be finished soon anyway. Oh, Runecore's streaming. We can raid Runecore. That'll be cool. Yeah, I'll wrap this up at least. This list is kind of unusual. But yeah, I like my particular list. The little choices, the one-ofs and toolbox options, I think, give you a little bit of like deck style preference and like different ways you could possibly construct the deck. But I just think the Petal is probably the best suggestion I could give. That like I don't see much play in other lists. I think it just opens up a lot of avenues by giving you a particular mana at like a given point, be it 2. It's like an extra mana in one of these double black mana cost cards, or getting a Dark Depths combo off sooner. The Karns, these are definitely the card I'm most skeptical about in this list, but it didn't seem terrible today. Like, it seemed like fine. Not sure what else to put there though. Mostly it's there as a result of the full set of Ancient Tombs, which I have kind of like these. We're like a land-based deck, and we're mana hungry when we need these 4 mana clunkers. And I think that's just that's a good, it tempos well with the rest of the things this deck is doing as well. Also plays to the deck's ability to not always need its colored mana. Basically, it bridges the gap between a stage and a Dark Depths in the same way that Urborg does. just a third land to complete the combo. But yeah, try some things out for yourself. I recommend this deck. It's won multiple challenges, so definitely keep an eye out for it and people's innovations. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll probably see you next Sunday at this point. Happy Father's Day. Yeah, that's Radiant Core. Radiant Elves, fellow green player. But yeah, take it easy, everyone. I'll see you around.